How are we all? Céad míle fáilte, and welcome to Dublin. It's so great to have you all here today. We have about 200 of you joining us here at the Foundry in person, and I'm really excited for this day of learning that we have going on. We're excited to get you collaborating and sharing best practice, and for the first time, we have educators and school leaders from the whole island of Ireland. And so please do meet new people over lunch and in the breaks and in the breakouts as well. Now, before we get properly started, I'd like to welcome our Dublin site lead, David Snedden, to the stage for a quick welcome. Over to you, David.
I know I don't look like that anymore now, but I like to still think. So my name is David Snedden. It's such a pleasure to welcome you all here today. Actually, despite my accent, I've actually lived in Dublin for 25 years. I still haven't quite picked the accent up, but I just want to say a huge welcome, a huge thank you to all of you. I know you lead very busy lives. Getting away on a Friday is probably very difficult. Probably had to run out the door without anyone grabbing you. So thank you so much. It's a real pleasure. Just got a very brief welcome for you. So first of all, welcome to Google. So Google, we have about 11,000 people here across about 25 different buildings. We're mainly in this part of the city. We're also in Sandyford in the south of the city and East Point as well. And we do a host of different things here from sales to engineering. We have a lot of finance, legal, tax, lots and lots of functions here. We're employing well in excess of 5,000 Irish people and about the same amount of people from all around the world. We speak about 120 different languages here and with over 100 different nationalities. It really is, if you happen to be in an elevator here, it's a bit like the Tower of Babel. You'll hear 50 different languages. It's a privilege to work here. And as I said, a privilege to have you here as well. Secondly, I'm really excited about today's agenda, excited that you'll get to participate, hopefully meet each other and spend some time together, have some of our food. It's one of the things that we're very proud of. But also very excited that you're here because we're in the middle of a computer science revolution. There's been a good understanding of the way that computer science works for probably 20, 25 years. But recently there's a new thing, a two-letter acronym that you've all heard of. I think you'll be reflecting on it this afternoon in the agenda. AI and the possibility how it will transform education and arguably societies and the world in general. It is both simultaneously something that we're taking very, very seriously, but we're also incredibly excited by. We also have people who are currently in school with us today. Ladies, you're extremely welcome. The world that you grow up in will be very different from the world that we've all grown up in here in this room. And a lot of that will be powered by artificial intelligence. So great that that's on the agenda. And then finally, this is a place where we invite customers, we invite friends of ours, we invite politicians, we invite key opinion formers, and we invite them to kind of dream about what the future might be like. And so maybe I'll just finish up by saying I invite you all to dream about what the future might be like, and we hope Google and the other partners here today can partner you on your journey as you educate the finest minds in the world here in Ireland. So thank you, have a wonderful day, and I'm going to hand you back to Dean. Thank you very much.
All right, a big thank you to David, and hi again, everybody. My name's Dean. I work on the Google for Education team. I'm based out of London, but live down near sunny Brighton in England. If you've not been, I highly recommend it. It's a beautiful place. And this is one of the highlights of my calendar, this event. Every year, we come to Dublin and bring together educators and school leaders from across the country. And today, I'm also joined by my colleague, Kiri, from the UK Google for Education team, UK and Ireland Google for Education team, who's here, so please do chat to her as well. Now, I mentioned this is one of my favorite things about my job. One of my other favorite things is getting to visit schools. And when I was planning for this event, I had something different that I was going to talk about. But yesterday, I was lucky enough to go and visit a group of schools based in London called the Leo Academy Trust. Now, every student there is equipped with a Chromebook. They use Google Workspace and lots of other third-party apps as well for different parts of the curriculum, from maths to English, even to PE as well. And whilst I was there, it got me thinking about this recent report that we'd released. So last year, we worked with 2 research agencies to conduct interviews with 94 educators from across the world, across 24 different countries. And in addition to that, they sifted through hundreds of peer-reviewed papers, did a keyword search for the future of education between a 5-year period from December 2016 to December 2021. And the result was a three-part report on the future of education. Now, obviously, that future, as David mentioned, is going to include AI. And we'll talk more about AI. There's a breakout session on it today, and I'll close with some thoughts and maybe even a demo of some of the AI features to expect in the future too. But when I was at Leo, a few things struck me about the trends that were found in that report. So the report found these 9 trends for the future of education. You can access the full thing. It's split into 3 parts. It's really easy to digest. It's worth a read. And those 9 trends that were found were across these 3 different themes. The first was self, the second, school, and the third, system. Now, obviously, the timer tells me I have 8 minutes, which isn't very long to cover a 120-page report split into 3 parts. But at Leo, there were 3 of these trends that really stood out to me. The first was this change in the skill sets required for work. And one thing I noticed as I was walking around is that these students were using skills that I didn't remember using when I was at school. It struck me the amount of confidence they had when they'd done a piece of work on their device to show it wirelessly on the screen in front of everybody, and then talk about the work they'd done. And it wasn't just showcasing work that was right. They were just showcasing the work that they'd done. This was in a maths lesson. And then other students provided feedback. Now, that's just great teaching and learning, but it struck me that they were really empowered to do it by the technology that enabled it. The second thing that stood out was personalization. It felt like every classroom that we went into, and we went into a lot, I think I saw about 10 different lessons happening throughout different times of the day, yesterday, across all of the different year groups. Students love personalizing their devices. We know that personalized learning is the best learning. I think we would probably all agree that if we could do it, you would just give a teacher to every child, right? That would probably be the best way to learn, but clearly never going to happen. But even just small things. So in an English lesson, they were reading. Everyone had the book up on their screen, and that enabled 2 things. The first was that some students were using a screen shade to follow what was happening as the book was being read. But there's a little thing they can do. They can change the background color of that screen shade to make it feel their own. And then the second thing they were doing was highlighting words that stood out to them that they wanted to talk about in the next break in the lesson. And they were also then able to find definitions instantly as well. So we didn't have to stop the whole class to get the definition of a word when reading a book. They could just find it, understand it while the lesson was ongoing, and then move forward. And it seems, again, like a small thing, but it just really stood out to me that this was the norm across the school we're in. And then the last one was about upgrading learning environments. Now, the reason that Leo Academy Trust made this decision was all about equity. They wanted to make sure that every student had access to the same set of tools, whether they were at home or in school, and that they would be able to use those tools in the way that suited them. Here you can see that English lesson that I talked about. And up here, this is the reading as well. You can see some of the highlights of the words at the top picture here. Now, that program at Leo is fully funded, but we see people do this in many different ways. And as I was traveling over, I thought, well, how does this relate to what we're going to be talking about in Dublin? And it got me thinking about the digital strategy for 2027 and the 3 pillars of that strategy. The first one being about supporting the embedding of digital technology for learning. The second around making sure the infrastructure is in place. And obviously at Leo, in all of their schools, they've had to make sure there's been an investment in broadband and Wi-Fi across each building. And then third, looking to the future, thinking about policy, again, AI. How at Google, for example, do we make sure we're being bold with new innovations, particularly in the generative AI space, but whilst also being responsible, particularly when it comes to students and teachers and classrooms across the world. And so as you work through today, as you go through the different breakouts, as you see the different content, and those of you that are joining us online as well, you'll experience a couple of the breakouts that are happening here in the auditorium. I want you to think about these 3 pillars. Keep them in mind. And it might be that based on your context, one of these is more important to you than the other. And that's also totally okay. So we're almost ready to get into the content, but talking about that, let's have a look at the agenda for the day. You've had, hopefully, a nice lunch. The food didn't run out. I saw there was still plenty to go around. I hope you've all now got full bellies and are ready for some learning. David has welcomed you to Google here, and then we're going to hand over into our opening session where we're going to hear from some of our reference schools about the work that they're doing in 3 different ways. Then we have 8 hours of breakout content happening at the same time. You'll get to choose 2 of the sessions to go and attend, and then we'll all come back together for the closing session. And I really urge you to stick around for the whole day. Do come back to that closing at the end as well. And then after that, we have an hour of networking with some drinks as well and canapes for you all to get to know one another some more. But to hold you to account, I'm going to ask you a question. And the question is, what's your one thing? What are you going to leave here today with that is non-negotiable? Why did you take time out of your busy schedules, arrange cover? It wasn't just for the free lunch. There's another reason that you came here. What was the one thing? I want you to take a moment, think about it to yourself, and if you're on the live stream, drop it into our chat on there. And now I'm going to give you 30 seconds to share it with the person next to you so that then you're held accountable. Off you go. Thank you. Cheers, David. See you later. Okay, if I can stop you there. The best group of students I've ever had. I was in the secondary classroom for 8 years. It's been a while now, though. And I don't think it ever happened that quickly without me putting my hand up in the air or clapping or anything. So well done. All right, we have 1 minute before we start. So I'm going to use this. This is called a catch box. It's a microphone. So if you catch it, hold it like this so everyone can hear you. I would love one person quickly to volunteer. What's the one thing that you're going to leave with today? And just hopefully you're not at the very back. Put your hand up over. You accidentally put your hand up, so it's coming your way. Are you ready? It was a scratch of the head, but we're taking it. Okay, here we go. Ready? Perfect. Well done. What's your one thing?
I want to come away with strategies to make the children aware of how useful that digital technologies can be to help them learn, and not just something that's an add-on, but very useful.
Perfect. And we even have some students here today who are going to talk about that. So that is a perfect segue for me. I promise I didn't plant that answer. And so we're going to move into our content, our first few sessions. And these first few sessions are from reference schools across the whole island of Ireland. If we can just have the speaker notes back on the screen, please, that would be great. And they're covering 3 themes. The first is they're going to look at impact on teachers. Then we're going to talk about environmental goals, and then students. And we have some real-life students from Dominican College joining us today. So to start with, let's dive straight into hearing about Rowandale Integrated Primary School. They're the first primary reference school in Northern Ireland. So please give a warm welcome to Rachel McCarriger. Big green.
Everyone. So my name is Rachel McCarriger and I am the Year 5 teacher and ICT coordinator at Rowandale Integrated Primary School. So Rowandale is in County Down, for anybody who isn't familiar with where we are. We are a school that just opened in 2007 with only 18 pupils, and the top photo just shows you our current school site, and we are very patiently awaiting our new school building starting hopefully in the next few months. So hopefully this will be us in the not too distant future. So just a little bit about us becoming a Google reference school and our journey that we've been on over the last couple of years. So to become a Google reference school, these were the 3 steps that we really followed and that we have been working on. So back pandemic times, I know we don't like to think back to then now, that was really when our use of the Google for Education tools really started with the children, and we were all kind of thrown into that very quickly over a matter of days, and our staff worked really hard during that time to just train themselves up. I was doing different little training sessions with them online, recording videos and sending it out to them, and they really all were amazing at just stepping up to that challenge. Then I suppose the next step was our professional development, and we've been on a journey with that over the last few years. And then the final step that I'm going to talk a little bit about is our investment into Chromebooks. So today I really want to focus on us as a staff and our route and our journey that we've been on. So as I say, a lot of our training over the last 3 or 4 years was led by me. I am a Google certified trainer and coach, and a lot of our sessions were just after school or were online or quick little videos. And I suppose at the beginning, a lot of our sessions that I did was about creating content for the children and creating activities that we could do with the children. And then last year in January, we did this full day training. I was trained as a facilitator through Happy to Host for the Google Tools in-person learning. And we did 1 full day in January. And that full day was the first full day that we had sat down as a staff for a long time and been able to just focus on what we were doing in terms of our digital strategy in school. And that day and the way the sessions were laid out in this particular training was great for us just to focus on how Google, using the Google tools, was impacting our teaching and learning, and different activities that we could plan together that was going to make our lives easier, more time efficient, and so on. So we really benefited greatly from that day. Over the last few years, we've had a lot of new staff in school covering maternity leaves and covering sick cover, and a lot of those staff were coming into school and hadn't any experience with using Google, so this day was particularly useful for them. This is our journey really with our accreditations over the last 3 years. So 3 years ago during the pandemic, there was just myself and 2 others who kind of jumped on the bandwagon and completed our Google Level 1, and then I completed the Google Level 2. 2 years ago then I was involved in the inclusive Google Trainer community, and some of my friends that were on that are here today. It was really wonderful to be part of that. And through being on that and doing different training sessions in school, then we had some more staff that year who then completed their Level 1 and Level 2 after they had just felt a wee bit more confidence. And I suppose really where our the accreditations really took a leap last year was due to the partnership with the Education Authority and Google and the team at Canopy through the Northern Ireland Google Certified Educator Programme. So because of that and the workspace skills badges that were on offer, we really felt, and along with the tools for in-person learning, our staff really grew so much in confidence last year. We have an incredible principal at Rowandale, and she was so supportive for anybody who wanted any time out of class to complete their workspace skills badges or to complete their exams. She would come in and cover any of us, which was another great support. Last year then I also became a Google certified coach, and I also feel that that programme just enabling me to get into the classrooms and work individually with teachers on what they were struggling with, and I was able to tailor what I was training with them down to their particular needs. So that was really where our journey went in terms of our staff development and our training. And then one thing that we just really love about using the Google tools is the collaboration, and it's something that the children absolutely love as well. It's something that saves so much time in staff meetings. We're all on our devices and we're collaborating on documents together. Even down to PE timetables, we'll send one document round and we're all working on that. And it's something that really the children love as well whenever it comes to collaborating on Google Docs, or we are big fans of Jamboard. We're very sad about Jamboard in Rowandale, but it is another favourite of ours for our collaboration together. And then our final piece sort of in our jigsaw last year was the Chromebook element. We have an amazing Parents Council at Rowandale who have supported our journey with technology right from the very start in providing fundraising for interactive panels and whiteboards and different technology that we've purchased over the years. But last year their focus turned to Chromebooks. So we now have a set of 24 that our year 1 to 3 children use and a set of 30 for our year 4 to 7 children. And that, as I say, is the beginning of our journey. I hope with Chromebooks, I know they have plans this year for other fundraising events, and we are hoping to just grow and grow in that. The children absolutely love using the Chromebooks, and having a full class set and having all the children on working together and collaborating together at the one time has just been a real game changer for us. So thank you very much for listening to our journey, and I'm just going to pass back to Dean. Thank you.
All right, so this is a set of 3 lightning talks. Rachel there talked a bit about teacher professional development. So I wanted to share our snazzy UK and Ireland resource site, which has everything that we're running across all of the different regions. And also our global programs are linked from there as well. So if you want to go and check out, Rachel mentioned the in-person tools for in-person learning. If we're doing something like that, you'll find it on the site here. Still some phones in the air. Wait, am I in the way of the QR code? No, we're okay. All right, so with that, we're going to head straight into our next presentation. And next up, I'd like to introduce Olivia from Athy College in Kildare. So please give Olivia a warm welcome. Over to you.
Hi everybody, so my name is Olivia and I'm a post-primary teacher in Athy College in County Kildare. We're part of the KWETB scheme, and I'm also a Google trainer, and our school, we were very grateful that we were awarded a Google Reference School title as well just before the pandemic broke in 2020. So I'm talking about sustainability in education and how the Google for Education applications have aided us in improving our sustainability, cutting down on our paper usage and helping us to reduce our e-waste as well over the last couple of years. So at Athy College, we're making a very conscious effort to reduce our paper usage and our e-waste. And last year, our goal was to try and reduce our paper usage by 50%. And we were delighted that we actually surpassed that. And we were able to reduce our paper usage by approximately 80 to 85% last year. And in addition to that, we also found a way to repurpose some of our Chromebooks, which we were no longer fit for purpose. So I'm going to talk a little bit through that as well today. So one of the main uses that we found was Google Chrome Sign Builder. And this is an amazing tool that's available through the Google App Store, and it's a free tool. So if you haven't come across it yet, it's absolutely amazing for signage throughout your school. So what is it? So Sign Builder is a digital utility, and it allows users to schedule signage throughout your school. All you need for it is a screen, which you can see in the picture here, and a Chromebook. And it can be updated and managed remotely. And multiple educators can have access to screens, and it can be dedicated to a specific subject. So what we use it for is we would have a screen for our lunches, so students can see their lunch menu in the morning and decide what they would like to order for their lunch. We have one for extracurricular activities, so students can see what sports we have on offer or what they'd like to sign up to. We have one for guidance, we have one for our Green Schools Committee as well, so that students can get involved in that also. So I have a few slides here. You can see in the second picture here, we have a picture of an old Chromebook that we have attached to the back of the screen, and it's attached through a HDMI port. And all that we need then is a television for it to be used as signage throughout the school. So any device that has a broken keyboard, broken mouse, broken screen, the battery life that's no longer operational, or the sound that's gone that sometimes no longer works for purpose in a classroom can be used to create a kiosk. These devices are now being repurposed throughout our school, and they've reduced the amount of e-waste that we would have had with devices no longer being used for a student in the classroom. So we were very fortunate that nearly all of our students have a device in school. We originally had a rental scheme for students that they rented devices from us at the moment, and we also have students who bring their own devices to school. Before the COVID pandemic, we had banks of devices in the school, and unfortunately, while we had the banks of devices in the school, we saw a little bit of damage coming into play with the devices because no student was personally responsible for their own device. And we have had Chromebooks in our school for about 10, 11 years at this stage, so we are coming across a few of them that the battery life might be starting to go, and the students mightn't be getting the full day out of them now, so it's great to have found a way to repurpose them within the school. It also is great for improving students' digital literacy. So the traditional types of students creating posters for Green Schools Committee or running for Student Council, now we have students creating their digital poster through Google Drawings or through Google Slides, and we're presenting them now through Google Sign Builder around the school. This is also operational through Google Slides. So for a staff member to operate the screen once it's created through Google Sign Builder and the kiosk is set up, all they need to have is access to a shared Google slide, and then they're able to add their content to it. So it's very user-friendly for any staff member to control once it's set up. And a quote here from our principal, he said that the digital signage provided by Chrome Sign Builder has provided instant notification throughout the school buildings with no financial outlay except the cost of a screen, which has been really beneficial to us. It's also great for some notifications going throughout the school as well, and it has cut down on the amount of using the PA system throughout the school and interrupting classes. But the amount of posters that were out there, we've no signage anymore throughout the school. We no longer have notice boards throughout the school, which is cutting down hugely on the amount of printing that we were doing each week for menus and for posters for different events. Moving on slightly then, so some sustainability in teaching and learning. So if anyone is familiar with instruction leadership tactics and active teaching methodologies, you've probably come across placemats, Venn diagrams that you may have been using large sheets of paper for in your classrooms in the past. We were big advocates for using this in our school. However, we did find that, unfortunately, at the end of class, we had a mountain of paper that was then going into the recycling bin, and it was really unfortunate that the students no longer had any paper left. Outside, the students were going through a massive amount of paper, and they had no notes going home with them in the evening. So we have then created our match-up exercises, our digital placemats, and we're sharing them with students through Google Classroom now instead. And the benefit of this is that at the end of the day, coming up to tests, they can go back onto Google Classroom and they can see all of their work and they have something to reflect back on coming up to tests. Also, just going very quickly because I'm conscious of time, we would upload all of our notes through Google Classroom, and last year our students coming up to their Leaving Cert exams had reflected on how any of their printed notes had ended up in the bin or at the bottom of a locker or at the bottom of the school bag, but anything that was on Google Classroom was still available to them, and they found it so useful in the lead up to their exams. There's a huge implication there with the amount of paper that we were printing for these notes. As an English teacher, I know my most recent set of notes were 57 pages in length. That was a large amount of paper to be handed out to a group of students when you're printing out a class set. Our paper and our photocopying usage was massive before we started using Google Classroom, so it's created huge benefits for us. Very quickly then, the last thing, reducing paper usage in Google Admin. We use Google Gmail and we use Google Calendar and Google Docs for all of our notifications amongst staff. And then in addition to that, one of our huge benefits was using Google Forms for our enrolment. So this year alone, we've had an uptake of 95% of students opting to enrol on using Google Forms. So our enrolment, instead of the traditional paper enrolment, we've created an online enrolment form through Google Forms. 95% of students are, 93%, apologies, have taken us up on that. And then our health forms, our booking of buses, questionnaires and staff forms are also done through Google Forms. And I'm going to leave it there because I'm very conscious of time. Thank you so much. Sorry, just didn't want to go over there. Thank you, sorry.
All right. Thanks, Olivia. It's so interesting. There's so much I want to talk about, but we're eager to get through all the reference schools and hear from our students as well. So you might be thinking, well, what is a reference school? Well, it's a school that is able to articulate tangible impact that they've had in using our tools in their school in one way or another. And you can see that it can be a bit different for every school. Chrome Sign Builder using old devices, I think, is amazing. And Olivia there mentioned that her devices have last 10 or 11 years. We've just recently announced that for new devices now, we'll guarantee 10 years of updates for devices that come out, which is industry leading. So if you're thinking, well, I'm already doing some of this stuff, can't I become a Google for Education reference school? The best people to help you are our partners. They're the people that are out in the atrium area today as well. You may already know some of them, so please do take time to go and chat if you haven't already. Now, as I mentioned, we are incredibly lucky to be joined by some students today, so we're going to move on now to Dominican College, and I'd like to introduce Lorraine McCall and her students up to the stage. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to be back here in Google Dublin, and thank you to Dean and all the team for inviting us back again. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our friends and colleagues from Northern Ireland. We don't often get a chance to collaborate together, so thank you, Google, for that. Look forward to meeting some of you later on today. So my name is Lorraine McCool, and I took up the role of Deputy Principal in my school in 2017, and was tasked with looking at digital learning. So we moved into using Google Workspace for Education in September 2018, starting out with 2 sets of 15 Chromebooks. We thought we were great at the time, but that's how we started off, and things took hold from there. So I suppose the biggest honour today, 5 or 6 years down the line for me, is to be able to bring some of our wonderful 5th year students here today to speak to you about the impact of being a student in a Google reference school and how that has affected their learning and their development of their digital skills. One of the biggest and most important decisions we made back in 2018 was to put digital media literacy classes on the junior cycle curriculum as part of our wellbeing hours to support our students in their learning for the junior cycle course, and we also went on to add that to our transition year curriculum programme, and I really believe that that is one of the major keys to our success. So I want to start off today by handing you over to Alice, and Alice is just going to give us a little bit of an idea of how studying digital media literacy from first year when she arrived at the school right up until now has helped her in her education. So I'll hand you over to Alice.
Hi, my name is Alice, and today I'll be talking about the digital media literacy classes in my school and how they furthered my digital skills and supported my learning at junior and senior cycle. I've been taking DML classes since my first year in secondary school, and I've learned a variety of skills which I've used in both my academic and my personal life. DML focuses not only on school-based digital skills, but also on our general digital skills which we can use along our personal lives. We learn through a variety of media and the various Google apps that have become vital tools in our daily school lives. We learned the importance of communication through Gmail and how to formally structure emails in professional settings. We learned how to create beautiful and informative Google Slides, and we learned how to use Google Classroom to effectively communicate with our teachers. Along with enhancing our digital skills, we also looked at other important technological skills. We took classes in key skills such as typing and looked at how to efficiently search for keywords and phrases in Google. Along with these discussions, we looked at Google's Applied Digital Skills curriculum, which looks at videos and lessons on an array of topics such as online safety and digital well-being, where we learned the importance of checking websites for security and how to spot untrustworthy websites. And we looked at researching and developing a topic, where we learned to check our sources and verify the credibility of our information. Since taking these lessons, I have found myself more efficient at identifying safe and correct information on the internet, and I found my general researching skills have excelled. DML classes have allowed me to develop my digital skills and made my transition into senior level work so much easier. I've had the incredible opportunity to use these skills that I've learned and transfer them through to my other subjects in the form of projects, classroom-based assessments, day-to-day schooling, and even managing my calendar and planning ahead. I have had the luxury of digital media literacy classes throughout my years at Dominican College, and it has been wonderful. These classes gave me a broad understanding of the digital world and the many different aspects to it. I've acquired unique skills that have enhanced my knowledge of technology as a whole. These skills have already improved my school experience incredibly and made it easier to engage with all of my different subjects. I have no doubt that the digital skills I've developed will also make my future transition into third level education and the working world as a whole much easier. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Alice. We've had a really, really positive experience with Chromebooks, and I told you we started off with 2 sets of 15, but we've built that up over the years, and we now have 6 sets with 30 in each set that are spotted around the school. They're shared on a Google Sheet every week, and teachers can book them. You know, when they're charged for the day, anyone that's using Chromebooks, you know that once we kind of charge them, they kind of run for the day, and we really love the robust nature of them. When we were planning as a senior leadership team, you know, we did try and get, you know, the best kind of Chromebook that we could in terms of, you know, the flip style, the touch screen, so that lots of subjects would have flexibility in using them. For example, our PE or Leaving Cert PE teachers use the tablet form of the Chromebook for recording Leaving Cert PE tasks. So, you know, we found that they have worked really, really well. I suppose the most important thing was that it brought digital learning into the classroom, and our students do get to experience a one-to-one device in the school and in their lessons. So I'm going to hand you over to Jane now to tell us a little bit more about using Chromebooks in Dominican College.
Hi, my name is Jane. I'm a 5th year student in Dominican College, Griffith Avenue, and I'm here today to share my experience with Chromebooks and how they've assisted me in secondary education. When I started my first year in Dominican College, the school had just started using Chromebooks. I really enjoyed using these Chromebooks, especially the touchscreen, which was new to me, and they were really easy to use. I liked the way you signed in with your school account easily and could save all your work to your own account and your Google Drive. There are only 30 Chromebooks to go around the entire school, but now, 5 years on, I've seen the development and popularity they have gotten. We now have 6 sets of 30 going around the school at all times, which has made them more accessible and given me the experience of using these devices on a one-on-one basis. Digital learning used to take place in just one room, the computer room, but now students can access technology at any time and in any classroom, and this has helped to increase students' overall productivity and engagement of the coursework. I really enjoyed using digital technology in my subjects, for example, geography and science, as it allowed me to research and create projects in the class. Chromebooks have also given us the chance to work on our classroom-based assessments in school, so we could receive productive, up-to-date feedback from our teachers and peers. After the junior cycle, I was lucky to have the opportunity to participate in our transition year programme. One of our main tasks during this year was to keep a digital portfolio of everything that happened. The availability of the Chromebooks made it easy to keep our portfolios up to date. Our dedicated portfolio class allowed us to reflect on our learning and the senior cycle skills that we were developing. The touchscreen feature has always been a selling point for me, as it always helps with using specific applications. For example, Canva, to zoom in and out of the posters when designing. We recently got a new Chromebooks with stylus pens, and they're a big step to introducing practice sets into our learning. We got to pilot these new features for months before anyone else, and we had access to see how they work, and all because we were in a Google reference school. We also were given the chance to give our feedback about these practice sets, which aided Google in developing them for the future. Since starting Dominican College, my experience of using Chromebooks is that they enhance learning and allow to develop my digital skills. When talking to students from other schools who aren't Google reference, I discovered how hard they might find tasks, and I would consider them quite simple. Being a part of a Google reference school has presented me with great opportunities, such as coming to Google today, seeing firsthand what the place is like, and talking about my own experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. So it's very fair to say down the years we have developed and embedded our use of Google Sites as a school, and if you're coming to our workshop later on, we'll be showing you a little bit more about how we are using those across the school. But one of the projects that our students here would have been involved in transition year was creating a digital portfolio to showcase their learning over the course of the year. And we started with digital portfolios probably in 2019, and the programme has evolved each year. We're always trying to move it on a little bit further. So, you know, we are now kind of using more tools apart from Google Sites. We're really looking to embed formative assessment using digital portfolios and using Google Classroom, the comment feature for feedback to our students. And also, I suppose we've really moved students on. We're pushing them every year to add more use different tools and add them into their digital portfolio to really personalise and be as creative as possible. It is heartening to see that in the new draft transition year programme that is coming into schools next year, that a digital portfolio is very much a feature there, and also digital skills to enhance students' learning in transition year. So I'm going to hand you over to Isabel now, and she's going to just tell you a little bit about her digital portfolio, and I just have one little snapshot to show you of it here.
So hi, my name is Isabel, and today I'm going to be talking about Google Sites. Throughout our transition year, we used a lot of the Google apps, but the main one we focused on was Google Sites to make our digital portfolio. We made these digital portfolios as a record every year. It was a place where we could outline the best parts of the year, like our favourite trip or course, or biggest achievement, and also showcase our best assignments or projects in subjects, and note what went well and what didn't go so well. I feel Google Sites allow me to be creative about how I show my learning because it's very customizable and all of its features are easy to use. I loved how the layout of Google Sites was so organized and I could order my work in a clear and easy format. It also works so well with all of the other Google apps. I could add my own photos and projects from my Drive, Google Slide and Docs with ease. Having worked on creating and developing a digital portfolio during transition year, I was happy and proud to show others the work and experiences that I had over TY and the skills that I gained through my digital portfolio and also my Canva poster. Before the portfolios moved online, TY students had to make physical scrapbooks, which was a much slower process as everything was written by hand and it used up an unnecessary amount of paper and other resources. For this reason and many others, I'm very grateful that our school is a Google reference school and that our dedicated teachers are integrating technology into our classes and coursework. It has certainly helped me to engage at a deeper level with my subjects, and I've enjoyed becoming more creative with Google Workspace tools. Thank you to Google for the opportunity to come here today.
Thank you, Isabel. So what I was thinking about what was, you know, there's so many tools that we use in the school now, but I wanted to maybe pick something that we hadn't talked about before, and also that is at senior cycle. And we've a wonderful team of digital leaders in our school, in our digital learning team. One of those teachers is a history teacher, and he started working on using Google tools to assist and help him and his history students with the Leaving Cert Research History Study Report, which is worth 20% of the Leaving Cert History exam. So he started looking at tools like Google Arts and Culture, Google Scholar, Google Books, and used the Google Classroom space and the comment feature on Google Docs to give feedback to students as they moved along with that very important research study project. So I'm going to hand you over to Alice now, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about that as one of our leading history students in 5th year.
Hi, my name is Alice and I'm a 5th year history student. We've been working on our research study reports as part of our Leaving Cert. Being a Google reference school has helped so much with the whole process of researching and writing for this project. For example, on our Google Classroom, our teacher posts sources for us to use. He can also keep track of our progress and help us if needed through assignments and comments. This helps us to access information quickly and easily. We use resources like Google Scholar, where you can find a wide range of articles and sources on any subject, which is hugely beneficial to the research process as well as writing, making it far easier to cite sources. We also use Google Arts and Culture to find photographic sources for history, like some photos of the aftermath of the 1916 Rising that even my history teacher in all his, I won't say how many years of teaching, had never seen. These pictures can give history students a new perspective and make history come alive as we put ourselves in the places of people in history. We also use Google Books as a source. I was able to find 2 books that I wouldn't have been able to access without the use of the Google Books. The research study project also helps us to use our creative writing skills in a Google Docs, where our teacher can leave comments, corrections and suggestions on our work. Doc comments are a quick and easy way to receive feedback and to show students how to put corrections into action should there be any confusion. I like to sort my docs and sources using my Google Drive, where I use folders to sort all of my information and keep my subject material organised throughout my subjects. The skills I develop using Google Workspace for education in Leaving Cert History will help me throughout my college and working life. Google Workspace has helped me so much in Leaving Cert History, as well as all of my subjects throughout my secondary school career. I feel very well prepared for my next step into third level. My sister is in college at the moment, and she went to Dominican before they put in all of this into place. And she recently had to make a digital CV for Intra, and I was able to help her. So if she gets any of the jobs, I'm taking full credit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, and a wonderful thank you to all our students here today. It's very daunting to have so many people to speak to, but I think they've done really, really well. So just to finish up, that really is just a little snapshot of what's going on in the school. We do have a workshop after this today, so hopefully we'll see some of you there, and you might like to hear some more about what we're doing in the school. But thanks very much for listening this afternoon. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wasn't that amazing? I always love it when we have students at events because it's such a good grounding moment to remind you why we do the work that we do. Okay, it's almost time for our first quick break before we head into breakout sessions. We've got some amazing content lined up, and we're going to quickly recap the sessions before you head out. So if you want to take a photo of the slides that are about to be on screen, please do. All of these sessions are happening either in here, so there's one session in the auditorium. The others are happening in a breakout space we have called the Hearth, which as you walked in and you grabbed that notebook, has everyone got their notepad and pen? Perfect. We do still use paper and pens sometimes here. So where you grab that, just on the left of there is a door into the Hearth area, and our team will be there to help direct you to the different rooms where the breakouts are taking place. The first one will start exactly at 1:05 p.m. So please make sure, if you're going to go grab another quick coffee, grab it, get straight to the room to start at 1:05 p.m. And each of these sessions is 45 minutes. After that, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then you'll head to your second breakout, and these are those sessions. So again, if you want to take a picture to remind yourself, I know it's hard to make a choice. You have to choose one to go to. So a 15-minute break after the first one, and then again, we'll start promptly at 2:10 p.m. One thing to please note is that we do have capacity restrictions in some of the rooms. So we did send out a survey, and we had about half of you complete the survey to tell us which session you would go to, which has helped us decide where to put them. But if a room is full, please head off to a different breakout instead of the one that you were going to go to. And if you want to get all of the resources, so let's say you'd rather bring up the slides on your own personal device, on your phone, for example, we've shared a folder here so you can access all of those slides whilst you're in that session too. So perhaps if you can't get close enough to the screen, you can still see everything that you need to there as well. So that's it. We're going to head to a break now, and we'll start at 1:05, and I'll see you back here a bit later. Thanks, everyone.
just on that one, just to, it seems to have gone on that one. It's just I'm coming back to it later on. Welcome back, everybody. It's great to see so many joining us back in for the session. So I suppose being part of the senior leadership team in the school, I'm just going to try and look at a little bit about us becoming a Google reference through the lens of leading digital learning from the point of view of a senior leadership team. And I suppose one of the first things we did in our school was use the Google platform ourselves. So we really embraced it before we ever brought it out anywhere else, and we've continued to do that. Everything we do, people are probably sick of us in the staff. Everything is through Google, and I suppose, you know, it's just to give you a snapshot of some of what we do in relation to that. I always come back to this graph of the first year that we adopted Google Workspace for Education, and that was a graph of the whole year. You can see we came back and we gave everybody their Gmail accounts, set them up with the Chromebooks, and off they went. And we had an amazing uptake because I suppose we had everything ready, the Wi-Fi, the devices, a great team of teachers, you know, very interested in getting going on it. And the only dips that are in that graph are the school holidays for that year. So I love sort of saying that's how it started, and it's always good to go back and remember how far we have come. And I suppose then, where is it going since then? We became the Google Reference School in June 2020. I remember somebody saying to me in Google at the time, the data doesn't lie. They love data in Google, so they can tell exactly what the usage was and what we were doing and how much of the tools that we were engaging with, we really did move very quickly, and everyone embraced it very quickly in the school. And I suppose that led us to get that wonderful Google Reference School status back in June 2020. And then after that, the Digital School Awards in Europe came to being, and there was a kind of a pilot group of schools that started out with it. And I think when we joined the Digital School Awards, there's quite a bit of evidence that is needed to work with that programme. And we really found that everything that we had done with Google Workspace for Education that we were already doing was the evidence that we needed for most of what was required for the Digital School Awards. And even though we ran that for a year to get that award, you know, we really had a lot of the work done already. And I would encourage any schools that haven't looked at the Digital School Awards, like a lot of schools are doing, you know, as much as we're doing in different ways. People are at different stages in their journey, but like, you're doing a lot of this work, so why not get the recognition for it? And that was one of the things that we found, that everything we had been doing led us to get that award. And we were one of the first schools in Europe to get the Digital Schools Award, so that was a really proud moment for us. And following on from that, then, we have become a mentor school for the Digital School Awards, and that's where we help other schools who are on that programme, and, you know, maybe just have a chat with them and tell them what we did and give them some advice. And if we want to link up any teachers, we do that. So that's a great place to be. And I suppose one of the things about being involved in education is we're great at sharing the learning, us educators. So, like, you know, coming to something like today, you know, you always meet somebody, always hear something new, and you bring that learning home. And, you know, we're always happy. We've had lots of different schools contact us and ask us to come in for a visit. We've had Google in for a visit. So I think that's a really important part of the journey, that we're a learning organisation ourselves and that we're happy to share that learning with others. So I talked about Chromebooks earlier, and you heard from Jane as well. And I suppose from a leadership point of view, you're always having to look down the line at what's coming next. So for example, some of the things that we've done since we started out in 2018 with Chromebooks, you know, we've really increased the number of Chromebooks we've had. So we had to look then at upgrading our Wi-Fi, things like getting an access point in each classroom, because we were finding sometimes teachers were booking, you know, one set in this room and one set in this room, and there was some issues at times. So, you know, you have to always kind of be ahead of where things are going. So that was one of the things that we did in the last 2 years. We upgraded our Wi-Fi, and we're probably always going to have to keep looking at that. piece. The other thing that we did as a Google Reference School, we got to pilot using practice sets. And one of the maths teachers that was doing it, he was saying, yeah, it's great, but he said it's very hard for students to do the maths work on the Chromebook without a stylus pen. So we were about to get our next set of Chromebooks for the following year. So I decided, right, you know what, we're going to get a set of Chromebooks with a stylus so that we can, you know, book those in for teachers that might like to use a stylus pen for things like the practice sets with maths. Some of the art teachers were mentioning it as well. So it's an evolving space all the time, and you have to keep looking down the line and make sure you're ahead of it. The other thing that we always are trying to do is to make sure that our teachers have the devices in their hands, and that has really helped our teachers embrace the whole digital technology in the school. You know, they're using the Chromebooks, the students are using the Chromebooks, so it really makes it a very, very efficient workflow, and it also helps us to understand, you know, what the students are seeing if we're using those Chromebooks along with them. I talked already about the digital media literacy on the curriculum, and I just wanted to make a point about it in terms of leadership. You know, they often talk in your digital strategy about how do you measure your success, and I suppose we're in this space for a good number of years now, so we are finding, you know, some of our students that have gone through third level, and they're coming back to us, and they're saying things like, you know, when we left Dominican College, we could seamlessly go into college and we had all these skills. We didn't have to learn any kind of digital skills, and we in fact were ahead of, you know, some of our peers in relation to that. So to me, that's a great measure of the success of what we have done in the digital space in the school and the skills that our students have acquired. And that's really heartening to hear from our past students that are coming back in to see us. If you've seen me present before, you might have seen this slide before, because I developed this kind of map a number of years ago along with my colleague Marguerite Norris, because she was a junior cycle, she was involved in the training for junior cycle at the time, and we were looking at the key digital skills. But we've updated this as the tools for Google Move On. And I suppose the 8 key skills at junior cycle have a digital element to each one of those. And if you actually look at all the various Google tools, you can map those onto each of those junior cycle skills. And we've added some recently, like the Google Scholar and the referencing for being literate, and the Google Books. We've also arts and culture down there for being creative. We have practice sets somewhere here. I can't seem to see it there, but we have practice sets added in as well. So, you know, it's a moving space all the time, but it's something that we keep to the forefront of our minds of how are we activating those digital elements of the key skills for our students. Anyone who's working in a school and they're trying to move digital learning forward, I'm sure you have a digital learning team, but I suppose it is really, really important that it doesn't fall to one person. And I can hand on heart say that we wouldn't be a Google Reference School if we didn't have the wonderful digital learning team in our school, moving things forward, bringing people with them, and helping other members of staff that maybe were not as familiar with digital learning and confident with it in the classroom. And that has really helped to increase the digital competence among our staff. You know, we do a lot of Croke Park meetings where our digital learning team will come in and they will share, you know, some aspect of digital learning that might help teachers in the classroom. And that's what we want. We want something that's going to help and assist us to enhance learning so that our students can engage at a deeper level with what they are doing. Other help along the way started off with what's now IDGA PDST. We got PDST out a number of times over the years, and they were really, really helpful and still are. There's lots of wonderful programs there. Their digital portfolio to embed formative assessment. That course is wonderful. We did that and a few others. Like some of the other schools you heard of today, we have encouraged our teachers to do Google certifications, and, you know, I myself did them, and you have to update them every 3 years, and it's really good to give you a sense of where things are moving. And we have a little group, and every so often when we have to renew, we're at the stage where we actually have to renew our certifications. We kind of meet maybe once every 2 weeks and just, iron out any things we're not sure of, and then encourage each other and give it a go at getting our new certification. So a good number of our staff now are Google certified, trained level 1 and level 2, which I think is really, really good way to lead forward. And we have our Google partners as well, which have, they're always there in the background that we can get any help. You can get our Chromebooks from them, get advice from them, and that has really helped us. I'm also a proud member of GEG Ireland. I know there's some people here from GEG Ireland today, and we have a wonderful group there. If anybody hasn't come along to one of those meetings, a lot of our meetings are online, but again, sharing a lot of learning, and you always come away with something that you can bring back to your school. So I really do put down a lot of our success to having a wonderful digital learning team. And like our friends down there in Athy, we were very conscious of being a green school. We have a green school flag, and I suppose we're looking at now Chromebooks being very sustainable, even how they're charged. We have trolleys that you can set the cycle to charge for 3 hours. You can delay the timer so it can time and charge them at a time when the electricity is cheaper. You're all the time thinking about sustainability. It was great news recently that Google announced that they are changing the AUE of the Chromebooks, that they're going to give the newest ones that are coming out will be for 10 years. They will get the Chrome updates. So, to have any device in a school for 10 years is phenomenal, I actually think. So we've had our devices since 2018 and they're still all working really well. And I love that idea that we had from Athy College this morning about how you can use them later on down the line if some of them don't work. And our motto is in our school, share more, photocopy less, and we really are trying to follow that. So a lot of people ask me about, being a Google reference school, becoming a reference school, and what are the benefits of it. And you heard from Dean earlier today, that system of, if you think you're at a place where your school is using Google to that level, then, to have a conversation with your Google partner and they can advise you on that. But I suppose some of the things that we found good about it is that we can get an early release of updates to your domain. And I have to say, I love, when I'm updating my Chrome and, something new comes in or something new comes out for Google Classroom, we get ahead of that and we get to have a look at that before anybody else. So I just like to be able to be in the know of that early. So that's something that I like. We have access to training courses. We often get, invites maybe to join a Google certified coaching course or innovator course or that sort of thing. So, you can get benefits like that. We get to collaborate with the Google education teams. Sometimes they come out to visit the school, and it's great to have that collaborative space, and it's wonderful for our students to get that global view of things as well. Our GEG communities in Ireland, we have Northern Ireland GEG here today as well, and Europe and beyond. We're part of a wider community, and we've learned an awful lot. We were a great support to each other, particularly during lockdown, and that support continues. So it's great to meet some of those friends here today. We do have an EMEA reference group, Google Chat, and lots of schools from all over EMEA are on that. And it's amazing what other countries are doing and the focus in other countries and the questions, and there's a little collaborative space there, and I'm amazed at all the different ideas that come up through that, and there's questions that I wouldn't even have thought of that you wouldn't be relevant maybe to the Irish education system, but it does make you think. So I like to be involved in that little group. And then, of course, the opportunity to pilot new Google products. So you heard our students talk earlier on today about practice sets. We got to pilot that very early on and give some feedback and go on meetings with people from all over the world in Google. And, it's nice to be able to have a little bit of an input and shape on how those things work. And I think as well to give an Irish perspective on those things and what works for our education system as well. So I think it's really important that we have that input there. I talked a little bit about sharing the learning, and when you become a Google reference school, there's a kind of a directory that you go on, and you know, so anybody can contact the school then based on that. So we've had all sorts of different contacts down through the years through that space. So I think it's a really good thing. It's a really good thing to be open to sharing that and have an open invitation to anybody that would like to come in and visit our school. This is an example. In May 2022, Google set up a kind of a whistle-stop tour around different schools in Ireland and the UK, and we were very happy to host one of those days. It was really the first time anybody got out face to face for a long time. I remember everybody was just so delighted to get out, even though it was May, as you know, the busiest month in the school year. But anyway, everybody came nonetheless, and we had a great crowd of educators, secondary school, primary school. We even had some of our local educators from DCU come in because they use Google as well. And you know, it was really, really a wonderful day, and it was a great chance for our digital learning team to give workshops and to get involved. And that's, in terms of leadership, that's a way of building capacity among those teachers. So they really took that day and they arranged it and got involved and gave workshops, and then we repeated that for our own staff at the beginning of the following year. So again, got to meet loads of local schools, primary schools that will be, you know, their students will be coming into us later on. So really, really good collaborative piece there, and we really, really benefited from that. And some of our students, I think Dean came to visit us that day, and some of our students got to meet and show Dean and some other visitors, you know, what work they're doing, and got to show them things like their digital portfolios. So it's very hard when you're making a presentation, you know, for one slot today to kind of pick tools that are working. And I suppose I'm focusing today on the leadership part. So I picked two things. I picked how we're using Google Calendar and how we're using Google Sites in terms of leading the school in an effective, efficient manner. And I suppose as a leader, you're always thinking about communication. You know, we're always told that is one of the most important things. So these are really, really good tools for communication. So I just wanted to share some of the things that we use Google Calendar for. And I'm sure lots of people are using it anyway, but we absolutely have everything on calendars in our school. We have our senior leadership calendar. We have a sports calendar for all the teachers to share. We have a transition year calendar with all the myriad of activities that are going on in TY. We have a staff calendar with the key dates for the year, and a student calendar. And, you know, as a senior leader, I'm in all of those calendars, but other people might only have one or two of those, and I can turn them on or off as I need. But that is how my week is controlled, really. Like, if anybody wants to go anywhere now, I'm going to say, if they say I want to take out a team, send me an invite in Google Calendar. They go into the sports calendar, send me an invite. I have it there. I have all that information. So when I'm planning for the next week and for cover and for who's out and who's in and all that sort of thing, everything is there for me, and I can keep a track of it. And I really absolutely could not manage without Google Calendar at this point. It is really embedded in everything that we do. So this is just a snapshot of October. That's just some of our calendars and some of the different things that are happening in the school. And you can see our musicals happening next week and lots of other things. But, you know, it's really, really key to us running our school efficiently. And, you know, at the side, I always have my emails open and the little side schedule calendar. That's how I kind of operate on a day-to-day basis. And what we started doing now is, because we don't want to overload everybody with lots of calendars, you know, our staff are only in the calendars that they need to be, but I have the overview of it. So we've started now doing a kind of a merge of everything that's happening from Google Calendar and putting it on VSware. So everybody in the staff thinks that this is really, really working well. So we take our week's activities and we put it up on the dashboard on VSware, our managing information system. Some people might be using other ones, Compass or whatever, but you know, we can put that in on a weekly basis, and then everybody knows what's happening. And you know yourself in the school, it's hard to get down and tell everybody everything that's happening. That's what we do. We take those key bits of information, and it's such an important communication tool for us. So you know, they're getting it in Google Calendar, they're getting it in VS, where so most people now in the school do know actually what's happening and where they're going. Another thing for principals, deputy principals, people involved in board of management, you know, one of the things we have to generate for each board of management is the principal's report. What has been happening in the school? And we take all of our principal's report from our Google Calendar. We literally just generate it from everything that has been happening there, and it absolutely saves us so much time. So I want to go on then to talk about Google Sites. And we talked a little bit about our students using it, but we as a senior leadership team are using Google Sites an awful lot now to communicate. We're in the middle of developing a teacher hub here that we can put on, that if you go into the Google admin console, you can actually set it so that your teachers' Chromebooks open up in that hub. So we are actually developing that at the moment, because we have been using Google Classroom for teachers, you know, for the latest information, but we find then that as the year goes on, it gets very long and people have to go looking for things. So we're actually moving on to a Google site now to see is that easier for people to navigate, and that it will open, when they open their Chromebook, it'll open up on that site. So that's one thing that we're developing at the moment. But I just want to show you some of the other things that we're using it for. Before I do that, I'd just like to get an idea of where you're at and what you might be using Google Sites for in your schools. So if you want to just take a quick little snap of that QR code and just fill in, it's just a very short Google form. And then I'm just going to go over to my device and see what the response to that is.
I think we're good now.
Yeah.
Reconnect onto guest.
Yeah. That's fine.
I think we're fine on here, yeah. And then you're just showing these sites.
I'm just showing that, and then the sites, yeah.
When you want it on screen, just say.
Yeah.
Check that these are all loaded still. There you go. No. Let me load this one.
Thanks a million. So just give you another 10 seconds maybe there to fill that in. It's populating well here. Interesting to see what people are using all the different sites for. Okay. And Ian, if you want to move to my screen now, we'll just have a look at those responses just to see, out of interest, what people are using. Thank you so much. So, yeah, just over half of you using Google Sites in your schools. So you really need to get on there. They're really, really useful. The other 46.2%. And I'm not surprised there to see student digital portfolios there seems to be the top way that people are using them. I can see there the staff hub, 8, student hub, student resources by teachers. I know some teachers are moving to, you know, putting the resources on a Google site. Because it's easy to share with their students and easy to navigate. And then school information, like school tours and the like, and then others. So yeah, I'm not surprised there that the student digital portfolios are coming out on top. And then in terms of what interests you the most, I see a big interest there in the staff hub. So yeah, I think that is a really good move to, as I say, we're just moving there ourselves. And then the student digital portfolios coming in next after that. So that's really a great snapshot to see. And I suppose I was going to give you a few examples of what we're using it for in our school at the moment. So one of the things that we developed, I suppose it was out of COVID, was we used to run a face-to-face senior cycle options evening for our parents when students were coming to choose their subjects for 5th year. And also whether or not they were going to do transition year. And that moved online during lockdown. Then we surveyed our parents after that, and they actually said they would prefer to do it in the online space. So in order to make sure that we had everything, all the information that people needed, we decided to develop a senior cycle options website for 5th years and transition years. And this goes hand in hand with our hybrid approach. So we set our date. It's usually in the cold of winter on a wet night when nobody wants to be out. So we're all delighted to be in our own homes, parents and students included. And you know, we have the Google Meet with the information, and we have our career guidance people and some subject teachers on there. But then we have the backup of our senior cycle website, and our wonderful teachers have created subject videos. So each of these photos are linked to a subject, and the student just simply clicks into it. So they get the experience of the presentation on Google Meet, but then they have this site to go to afterwards. They can sit down at home, they can go through these videos of the subjects that they're interested in. If there's any questions that they have, they click on this button and it brings them to a Google form, and that question comes back to me, and I shoot that off to the person that might be able to answer that question, and we can get back to them, and parents can do that too. So we send this out on our app to parents, and students also get it on the Google Classroom. So we found that that really supported students. We had an information booklet there on our website with all the information about the different subjects. We pulled together all our information about things like LCVP, and we had a video there on that. We had career guidance information. It really is like a one-stop shop for everything to do with moving to senior cycle. And of course then, we know that they all have to go in and pick their subjects. So we had a link there for them, and we had a video there linked to show them how to pick their subject choices on VSware. So like bar going in and picking the subjects for you ourselves, we could do no more. So that was all there on the website, and we literally just had to send that out as one link to parents, to students, and they could access all that information. And all we have to do now is just update that on a yearly basis. It did take a little bit of time, but you know, we were able to do that. And we did the same for transition year, information about the programme, and then the transition year application form, so students could decide, were we going to do TY, were we going to do 5th year, and move on from there. I'll very quickly show you another website that we generated for first years, incoming first years, and I might just have to find it here. And as you know, when people are coming to the school in first year, they may not be on the school app. You know, we mightn't have all their emails, we mightn't have all their information. So they've been offered a place. I know we're in the middle of the admissions process at the minute. You offer them the place, they accept the place. The easiest way that we have found now to get all the information that needs to go to those parents with no paper is to share a Google site for our incoming first years. They have all the information about the school, and particularly, as you know, when students are coming to the school, there's a lot of forms to be filled out. We've all the links to the forms there, plus how much time it is going to take. And if there's any pre-reading required, we put it in there as well. So they had everything there on that one site. So when we shared that information with the incoming first years and their parents, all the information they needed was on that website, including information about the junior cycle curriculum, the different subject choices, classroom-based assessments, or school. We have a multimedia class. They even developed a brilliant video showing a tour of the school that the students could watch. So literally we have everything there. We had frequently asked questions. You know yourself the number of questions new students to the school have. So we have found that has worked absolutely really, really well for us in terms of communicating. So that's two examples, and just very quickly, because I want to give time to our students to show some of their digital portfolios. I've been organising school tours since I started out as a teacher years and years ago, and I remember, you know, the whole, you know, medical forms and policy forms and all this, and, you know, bringing parents in for a big presentation and everything. And then I came to a day like this in Google. I don't know how many years ago it was, but Dean presented, and he showed an example of a Google site for a school tour, and I said, oh my gosh, he's answered all my prayers. So literally we were able to put our slideshow about the tour, the sorry, now I'm after clicking into that, am I don't want to do that at the moment. I'll just go back here. there it is. The policy, you know, for the school tour, the parent letter, the payment and registration forms for the tour, and any links like easy payment links or that sort of thing that the students needed to make. So again, all the information in one site. And you have a lot of this information, it's just pulling it together from your drive in and put it together, and it has really saved us an awful lot of time, and it has made things much easier in terms of communicating with our parents and indeed our students. And one final website that is close to my heart, and that is, we have a most wonderful group of past pupils in an association who have been in this, you know, they were past pupils of our school in Dominican College or Eccles Street, which was our former grounds. And for years and years and years, they had built up their own website, and they had paid somebody to put all this history of Eccles Street and Dominican College on this website. But they were becoming very elderly, and they weren't able to keep up with this, and they didn't really have anybody to work the website. And they came to us and they said, is there anything you can do for us? And I said, absolutely. We have our history students here. We took a TY history class. They pulled down all the information from the old website that they were working on, and they put it on a Google site. And we're about to launch that with our Past Pupils Union after the midterm break. And we're going to link that to our own website. So we have managed to preserve all that hard work, dedication that they spent all those years trying to chronicle all those memories about Eccles Street, the older part of our school, and even in Griffith Avenue as well. And I think that's something that really, really is an example of how we have used this so well, and, you know, free to us to do that. Like, it was costing our Past Pupils Union hundreds of euros to keep that old website that was ancient, you know, going for years and years, and we've been able to do that for them, and that's really good. So now I want to hand you over to our students again, and they're just going to give you a whistle-stop tour of some, I mean, their digital portfolios, there's so much work in them, but they're just going to show you a little bit of what they have done. So Jane and Isabel, if you'd like to come up first and just give us a little idea of some of the things that you've done on your digital portfolio, or how you're using Google Sites. Thank you.
Hi, so this is my introduction page to my digital portfolio. And as you can see, I just have my introduction. We had to write a bit about ourselves. And then here I've inserted an image carousel, which is a very handy feature for the sites because it gives a quick overview of highlights of my transition year experience. And then I also have buttons to all my subtitles. So this just makes everything it keeps everything in a compact space, so you can see it, and it just keeps it all organised. And then obviously my conclusion to finish off the TY. So as you can see, I'll go into my subjects button, and then I also have more buttons linked to all my subjects. It's just another way to show all this off instead of going up to the top bars up here. So this is just an example of what my pages would look like. So here I've made part of the criteria for our transition year Irish class was we got to talk about just like different things, including ourselves. So I've made Canva posters on these, and I was able to insert these into my Google site. And then we've also inserted slideshows that we've created, and then just different activities that we've done throughout the year. So over our transition year, we worked very closely with the local boys' school, St. Aidan's, and one of the big events of our transition year was we did a Ceilidh with them. So that was over our Irish week, and that was a great experience for all the students, and we had a great time doing that. And then finally, just at the start of our transition year, we went on a trip to Achill, and I have all this written about here. And I did insert, I was able to insert Google Maps. So I just had a thing to show where Achill was on the map, and this just gave it a appealing look. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the foreign trip first. So we went border hopping between Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany. And this is just like the front page of my foreign trip. And then down here, I have another show of how the buttons work. So I can just, for example, do day 3. And you can see all the photos there and the text about it all. And it was just a quicker way to get to it. Another thing I included was a reflection after we finished it. And there's another photo carousel there. Then I'm going to show our TY show week. So we did Mary Poppins for our show. And I wrote about it week by week and put in photos to go with it. And this kind of just organized it all like in my head and kept it like in like a very clear format. We were also told to do 2 weeks of work experience. So I'll show one of them. I went to a vet clinic. And then I have photos like connected to the box of text to like give a visual for what I was explaining in them. And then the last thing we were told to add to our portfolios was a feedback form. We had to embed this into its own sheet. And then this is just where our teachers would give feedback really on our portfolio and how each like section was and how well we did to do with like the content and the reflection that we did on it. So yeah, that was the last page.
Thanks so much, Isabel. And that reflection piece meant that, you know, if anybody wanted to come and give feedback, it could be your peers. Sometimes I know you did peer-to-peer feedback, or even parents or teachers. Then they would just go into that form, the same link all the time, and they were given the feedback, and that was going back to our students so that they could move their learning forward based on that feedback. So that feedback piece would happen a number of times during the year, and students would move, you know, make some changes and redraft some parts to make it better. But I think it's a really good way of showcasing your work for the year. So well done.
Thank you.
So I think we might move back to the main slideshow there. And I'll just show you this slide here. So when we introduced Digital Portfolio, it was the first year we did it. You know, all our students had all the Chromebooks lined up, and the parents came in for the open night and, you know, very enthusiastically looked at it. But one of the things they missed about, say, the big boxes that they used to have before for the physical portfolios was, you know, they didn't get to put up their pictures, or, you know, they were missing maybe a little bit of colour in terms of display. So we took that feedback and we looked at it. And again, I was at a back to school day in Google here a good number of years ago, and somebody was talking about the idea of Canva posters for, I think they were for CVs at the time. But we decided maybe our students could create a Canva poster at the end of their year that would show or highlight the key senior cycle skills that they developed over the year in a visual way, so that it was a nice colourful piece. And we have a few of them here to show you, and you can maybe have a look at them afterwards. These are, you know, they're very easy to make. Canva works very well with Google Classroom, and students can create wonderful pieces of work and put in some of their photos that they like to have. And then you can see on the open night for TY, the fact that, you know, you had those lovely display along with the digital portfolio, that really did give a much better visual for people about the great work that our students had done over the course of transition year. We're going to just have a little word from Alice and Alice, or we have two Alices here today. They're going to tell us a little bit about these Canva posters, just to finish us off today. So if you'd like to stand up, I don't think you've anything to show apart from we can show these later on. So I'll just stand over here. and let you tell a little bit about the Canva.
So our Canva posters were the way that we summarised our whole portfolio and our whole transition year experience into just a fun and colourful poster, as if it was like a highlights reel. So in my poster, I wrote about my use of teamwork, leadership skills, and my work in community placement. And I chose the 3 activities that I thought benefited me most throughout the year for my poster. So it was really nice to get to reminisce over our experience that we had already put into our portfolio. We used the Chromebooks to create our posters, using Google Docs to write our paragraphs and moving our pictures in from our drives. We reflected on all of the skills we learned and improved throughout TY, and now the poster is just like a keepsake that we get to have for ourselves as we move through senior cycle. So I wrote about our musical, which Isabel talked about before, where we got to practice being creative in ways that maybe we hadn't before. We also experienced teamwork, because you can't have a musical with just one person. You need to be able to work as a team. Also for teamwork, I was part of the BT Young Scientist competition. So I wrote about how this developed my communication, presentation and teamwork skills. And Alice and I did community placement in working for Laura Lynn and selling ornaments in TUD. So it was just nice to get to reminisce over these things that were so long ago now and have this colourful keepsake for us to have.
So for my Canva poster, I chose 3 skills which I really think I gained and I grew over my experiences in TY. And in the case of all of these, I really didn't realise that I had been learning so much and growing so much as a person over the course of TY until it was time at the end of the year to review it and compile it all into this poster. So in the case of independence, I really think that the part that showed where I really grew as a person was on our foreign trip, which Isabel has mentioned before, where we saw that if we didn't manage ourselves as the students effectively and our time, it was our activities and our opportunities that we got to miss out on. So it was just good to learn to stand up for ourselves and not have to rely on our teachers or other people to tell us where to be. We just had to figure it out for ourselves. And we learned the hard way that if we were late for something, we did get to miss out on opportunities. And then again, working with others in teamwork, I was a part of loads of dances in our TY show. And it was really just good to work with others and communicate on finding a practice space for if we thought our dance was falling behind the others and we needed a new space to work together and coordinate with each other on finding a space to just work on that to make the whole production better as a whole. And then the last one was being personally effective, where I got the opportunity to shadow a manager of Vera Moda, and I got to see her lead and discuss with her team and not just tell them what to do. I got to learn to offer advice and offer communication with your team and your staff and not just sort of forcing them into your opinion and your way. I really think TY benefited me as a whole and I loved the entire experience. Thank you.
I'll just say if it would at the end. Thank you so much for sharing all of that with us and sharing all your brilliant work. If anybody'd like to come up, I know there's a little break after this, but anybody would like to come up and have a look at the Canva posters or talk, we'll be around this afternoon. I don't think we have time for questions because we're moving on, and I know we're keeping to quite a tight schedule. That's my email address, that's where I am, Dominican College, Griffith Avenue. If anybody ever wants to get in touch, please, we're very happy to chat with anyone, and we hope that we could share something today, some sort of insight to how we're doing things, and hopefully everybody can take away, as Dean said, one thing from maybe some of what we're doing in the school. So I just want to say a huge thank you again to our wonderful students. They did really well today, and we're very proud of them, and we're happy to chat to anybody later on today. Thanks very much.
get on? Perfect, yeah. Nice to be done. Thanks very much. So if I look back the years and if I told my brother someone would actually give me a mic about 5 years ago, they'd say there was some big mistake on that. So I'm Patrick Hickey. We're going to have a look at the accessibility tools to ensure every student is supported. I've met a good few of you around, and I know some of you as well, and I suppose given my character, I suppose Fiona will attest to this. If I don't know you already, I'll probably know you by the end of the day as well. When we were doing the run-in, my mic actually went on mute, so Fiona told me, but I think I was talking too much. So I have a bit of activity, and hopefully we'll learn something today. Thanks a million for coming to the session as well. So first of all, I'm going to start with a quote. I just wanted to be treated the same as everyone else. So I'm going into my 7th year of my PhD, and it's going to be finished by next April. I guarantee you. I'm telling everyone that. So this is I suppose my research is I focused on the experiences of teachers with physical disabilities. So it was a longitudinal study. So basically I did 2 interviews and a member check, and the student experience. This was one of the quotes from it. I want to be treated the same as everyone else. And what I'm going to focus on today is the inbuilt features of our Chromebooks. We're going to reflect initially on how assistive technology is important in our schools. We're going to focus on inbuilt features. We're going to focus on Google Workspace. And then we're going to focus on the most topical issue in education at the moment. We're going to focus on Google Bard. Danielle did a fantastic session on AI a few minutes ago. I'm just going to focus really on the specific learning for each student as well. So hopefully that's well. And I have a special request as well to show speak screen as well. This individual is in the back who will remain nameless, but he met him on the train this morning. I told him I'd one in for him. You know, if you're using CJ Fallon's or that, the speak screen on the Chromebook will read that for you. Yeah, I looked after you. So this is their objectives. So basically, you know, if you look, I suppose if you look at the website as well, and hopefully if you look around the Foundry, there's a much more polished picture of me on that there as well. But I said, you wouldn't realise it, Will say, I used to always tell the kids in my class that I used to be a comedian, and they would say, were you really? I said, yeah, but they asked me to leave, so I wouldn't make a few terrible jokes, would say, but that's part of the process. But Tommy Tiernan, I think it's about 10 years ago, he said about, in terms of a priest, you know, he was comparing the priests in the different countries. He said every decision that the priest made, he wanted that scar to be on their face. So just to explain, I was talking to a man outside there about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and he asked me about my leg. So basically, I was born with my right leg shorter than my left leg. I can guarantee you, I would not be standing here only when I was in 2002. Basically, if you see my foot there, they turned it backwards so I could build my prosthetic leg. So I gave from the 15th of January 2002, I called it my unofficial birthday, to the middle of May 2002 in cast from there down. So could be the character builder. So I play a bit of amputee soccer there. I met someone there as well. I play a bit, but there's some good players there as well. As Eamon Dunphy said, I'm more of a piano carrier than piano player. But that was in the European Championship, or that was the week before the European Championships in 2021. So I suppose assistive technology in terms of obviously I'm the right leg as well, so I just wanted to kind of think about, I suppose, more outside the box, because one of the things from the research was the fact of language around disability and inability, and part of that as well. So we're kind of using assistive tech the whole time as well. And on a side note, if you've any secondary school teachers there as well, biomedical engineering, because it's very hard to get someone to make a leg in Ireland at the moment, as well as software development and all the rest of it. So I'm a PhD candidate. Someone was at Rachel mentioned there about the inclusive trainer program. So I started that during COVID as well, and I have to say the Google community is absolutely fantastic. I'm after meeting 3 people today from Google Northern Ireland who we've met online loads of times, and we finally met in person as well. So I have a bit of an issue with certifications as well. So I did the trainer, and then I did the innovator, and then I did the coach. So I like a good certification. So I'm also a primary teacher, so that's my my school context. It's 5 minutes from Thomond Park, but they remind me ad nauseum that it's County Clare. So I'm a Limerick man myself. So basically, with COVID, like a lot of schools, we would be using Google Docs, sharing slides amongst teachers. But it was my job. I was rang at 7 o'clock of a Sunday evening in the first week of September. Patrick, I have a free sub tomorrow. I'll do a timetable. You'll train the 25 teachers there. We'll divide them up into 5th and 6th class, 3rd and 4th. You'll be fine. So we did that. I did a drop-in session on Friday, and Google Workspace has been going since as well. So we're flying it that way. So supporting every student. I suppose you know as well as I do about assistive technology grants, and I suppose the lengthy delays in those, and the recommendation of a laptop. Again, I was talking outside as well about Dragon software as well, and going back to be treated the same as everyone else. I remember when I was in 3rd class, the way you can get the supportive chairs, very good for your posture as well. But personally, I really disliked that, because obviously you were seen to be different as well. So just kind of looking at what we already have within the assistive tech features and how we can use them more to support every student is the first part of it, and we'll develop on from that as well. The circular 2020 or 2013 as well, the first stage is the school's existing equipment as well. In terms of that, I would have used the 33 6th class 13 months ago now, and we had 6 children in the class using assistive tech as well. So it's kind of, I'll look at inclusion more at the end of the session as well, but just what we already have, can we use that to support every learner as well. And I heard that the money is coming. There was a conference last week. I'll be careful on jokes around that one, but money is coming. There was Minister Norma Foley was at a conference I saw on social media during the week, but it is on the way. It is on the way. So just the digital strategy for schools, equality of opportunity to access the curriculum for the best of their ability. To be honest, if you came to an accessibility talk, I know I'm speaking to the converted there as well. So just how can we use assistive technology just to ensure that all our learners can access the curriculum more fully as well. The inbuilt features of Chrome. So before I start, and there's nothing like a good think, pair, share, there isn't. So what I'll do is we'll go for I think Dean went for 30 seconds there. I will say I wouldn't be as quick as Dean, so we might go with a minute. We'll say if we want to discuss with the person beside you. I'm going to fly around as well. We'll say as well just to see everyone is on task and meet a few people. But any student in your school that you might this might be applicable to. And person, while being mindful of not just sharing names, I was just I know you won't do that as well. So I'll set the timer as well, and we'll go for a minute. If you just want maybe any of this stuff could be supportive as well. And I have 37 slides in total, so we'll keep you active.
1 minute will go for timer counting down.
The timer on. Oh yeah, I was just going to jump in with the conversation. Oh no, I was just going to hop into the. I won't get feedback. Like, yeah. I just want to kind of monitor.
So you're on a live stream on YouTube.
Oh,
so it
yes.
might be better if you do stay on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah? Otherwise they can't see anything.
All right. No.
He just wants to go.
I just want to meet a few. Yeah. Is that all right?
Sorry.
No, well, thanks. This man, I went through all the presentation outside with him. He knows the whole lot. Yeah, I know him. You're getting on all right anyway.
Yeah.
I started. My jokes aren't too bad yet.
No, not too bad.
Not too bad. Yeah, I'll manage away anyway. So I'll show the inbuilt things as well. You have students in mind, I suppose, when it comes
on. Yeah, I have a girl in my class who has assistive technology, and I suppose it's just using, and we have Google Docs, and we have
Perfect stuff. I had a great conversation there with one group as well. I was also told I was live streamed. I'll have to improve the jokes so as well, will I?
23 people watching.
There's 23 people. Oh, Jeannie Mac, I'm going well, Dean. I'm going well. So just on that as well, I'm kind of usually the person as well that often sneaks in the back as well. So I won't put anyone on the spot for feedback as well. But I always find that you learn as much from your colleagues at these things as people like me would say as well. So they're up here as well. So, but just the good thing about the accessibility features on a Chromebook, they're very handy to use in terms of just if you click on the time. It's very easy, and I'm going to live demo them in a second as well. But it's fierce easy to use because, often if you have someone using accessibility features, maybe they generally have another learning challenge going on as well. So the sequencing of events can be tricky as well. So the bottom right-hand corner where you keep your time as well. So I generally say to kids as well, where do people keep their phones or keep their wallets? They keep them in their pocket. So if you look at the screen, very easy to get to as well. You also have the quick access as well. And the important thing is on Chromebooks, when the kid logs back into the device, they're automatically there. They're saved to the account, so you don't have to keep putting it on the device as well. So they're very handy that way. So your settings, accessibility, and I'll live them in a second. And some of the ones we're going to look at, the highlight mouse cursor is one. If anyone is ever doing screencasts or demos, it's brilliant because your mouse is just bigger. So I think a big thing I want to get across is, and we'll focus a bit on UDL later on, that these tools are handy for all of us. Very specific or very important for maybe certain students we have, but they're very handy for all. And can we use these, I suppose, maybe embed them in our practice as well. So if people go out of here today and you're going to go in Monday, thank God, you have a weekend to recover, but if you're going to go in Monday, and could you try one or two of those? And if we all got one or two pieces from every professional learning we do, we'd be all flying as well. So there are some of the ones there we have as well, and we have to find settings. So I'm going to cross over now, and we'll go live if that's all right. And I'll go to my own device, and we'll pop that up. We'll say there as well, hopefully, and just how to turn on the features as well and where to find them. Yeah, perfect, excellent. So all I'm going to is I'm just going down, clicking on the time, and if we click here, the accessibility features, you have the quick access. Sometimes this may not be on, so if you just go into your settings like there was on the video, and you just flick down across, down here at the bottom, you can also may notice as well, I have the enlarged mouse cursor turned on, much easier for everyone to see. If I click in here, you've your accessibility features, just to make sure you can access that straight away, make sure that's toggled on. So you just toggle them on. So once that's toggled on, if you flick down here, you have this bar. So if you click on accessibility, you can toggle them on and toggle them off. And the good thing about them is they're all along here. So you have your speak screen, you have your dictation, definitely the mouse, large mouse cursor, you can see I have that turned on, and various different things. Sticky keys is lovely because does anyone, when you're trying to do maybe a shortcut on the keyboard, if you turn on your sticky keys, it will, you don't have to press the key, the last click is saved as well. So I'll just do it there, and if I go control, you can see it pops up there, so you can press the next button as well. So you can toggle that on and toggle it off. The color inversion I showed as well. So the way often we're talking about, I suppose I work a bit with student teachers as well. Even back of the interactive whiteboards as well, you can change the color on them now as well. You can do the same here with color inversion on the Chromebook as well. So again, I suppose the real value of the Chromebooks is everything is it's very accessible, pardon the pun, but it's right there for you. So it's you have the full screen magnifier as well, which is quite cool, and you have the dock magnifier in terms of you have the top half of the screen zoomed in as well. I didn't make up this story, but it does sound a bit. A neighbour of mine broke his glasses playing hurling, and he was doing a bit of maths, so we were using a bit of the docked magnifier as well. So it's just these things come in handy for us all as well. Switch access as well, and the select to speak now. This is the one there now I was asked about again. So if we see these when you turn them on, you have them down here on the bottom right. Again, so if I click on the select to speak one here, and if I just hover over that, it will read it as well for me. Don't think I have sound shared, but all you do in your I'll turn that back on. All you do in your CGF Allens or any of these, you just turn on select to speak, turn it on down here, highlight the words, and it will read it for you, and we'll be following it. And I'll have that man happy. He'll be given out to me going home in the train otherwise. So that's just there. I suppose I won't labour on it, but they're all in very easy to get to as well. I'll flick back to the presentation now if that's okay as well, and I'll pull back that off there as well. Highlight mouse cursor. I have that on. So I'll flick back. Lovely stuff. It's great to have a save. Imagine if we did this in school. Wouldn't it be great? Doing a presentation, you have someone looking after it for you. To be mighty. So we have the colour inversion as well, dictation, large mouse cursors as well. We'll say if you want to try those out as well, you can work away in terms of making sure we can find them as well. You know, the socio-constructivist approach to learning, we'll try and ensure that's there as well, where we can find them as well there. So it's a nice one there. Just in the Google Workspace section. We know this, I just got research for it. We know this, you know, the child that might find spelling tricky, and he mightn't start to work as quick, or he mightn't write as much. So we know this, but I found a piece of research to show that, you know, children with dyslexia can be reluctant writers as well for composing as well. So I suppose that's the good thing about technology. The spelling can be overcome in terms of the barrier as well. Voice typing. This is a thing that's very close to my heart. So I did a Google Innovator for the last year, and my project was to improve how people like me, because you wouldn't believe, but I'm actually not from Dublin. You would never get it by my accent. When I used to use dictation before, and to be honest, when you're transcribing a couple of hours of research and you realise you say you know about 40 times in a minute, it's a bit demoralising. But voice typing has really improved as well from that point of view, and it's another option within your within Google Docs, and you can also use it on Google Slides as well for the note. But the brilliant thing about it is that it's a skill though as well, because a lot of primary schools at the moment we're doing TTRS, touch, type, read and spell, and the voice typing as well. So I would introduce it well, but it is a skill that has to be developed as well, and we get better at talking a bit slower, and hopefully I'm not talking too quick today. But you can, and your microphone as well for the voice typing. The next one I put in for the Google Workspace was translating Google Docs, which is particularly very topical at the moment, given the fact that we've a lot of EAL learners in our classrooms as well. So again, it's in tools, and I'll show it in a second. But the two nice ones, again, I'm conscious of how we can embed this in our schools as well. Just above it is translate document, so you can translate that into other languages. Particularly for school reports, we would have used a lot of that as well for EAL learners as well. So just you can select your language, and there's a range of those, and it will translate the document for you there, which is fantastic from that side of things. And this is a new one now that it's in beta. I've been using it a bit as well. Read along. So the person listens to the child reading as well. I often find, particularly with maybe the older children, if they're finding their phonics difficult as well, sometimes around the third or fourth class, you don't really want to be using jolly phonics and things like that. This is fantastic for they get little stars as well on read along as well. I was doing it with a first class student yesterday morning, and he wanted I had to bring him back after a half an hour, but he was, can I just get a few more trophies, So it's nice for just, as well. I suppose this year I'm doing some learning support teaching as well. So it's nice as well for the different experience from the mainstream as well. So it's a nice one as well. Please have a play around with that, and I'll give you a few minutes for read along. I've the activity, and I've multiple means of engagement in a minute as well. This does anyone remember Screencastify? Love is sewer. Sorry, I better not choose my Gael on the YouTube stream. Put up your hand if you made loads of screencasts during COVID. So the good thing about the Chromebook now is the screencasting is built in. But the really good thing is it actually transcribes. And that's literally my transcript. So fairly okay. Like if they can understand me, like I know I definitely see you have a lot more polished accents now than me. So you'd be flying it on that. That was one I did the other night. I was with an innovator showcase on Tuesday, but it transcribes your narration into text, which is nice. We'll go on to the UDL, but your multiple means of engagement as well. I think it's one that it's kind of underused as well for screencasting as well. Transcribes your narration. Voice typing. So I suppose, again, conscious that I don't want to be talking at you, the good thing about voice typing or translate document, I'm going to give you maybe a minute or two again. If you want to have a look at one of voice typing, translate the document or read along or screencast. And if you want, to be honest, it's a Friday evening, so maybe the talking might be enough rather than checking things out. But if you want to just talk about with the person beside you, we might go with a minute again, Fiona, if that's all right. Just how we might use in our practice. And then we're going on to the AI after that. Is that all right? Did anyone fall asleep yet? That's all right. We're all right. So, perfect. Perfect stuff. Oh, yeah. It's on the stick. Dean, what was the names of the people that like my jokes again?
Brona and Louise.
Brona and Louise. Brilliant. Thanks very much. To be honest, it's probably bad classroom management. I went up the same line as well. I should be using my teacher proximity and all the rest of it. But you're all very well behaved. I think I got a big hit while you were doing that as well. Dean told me Louise and Brona have commented on the YouTube stream that my jokes are actually good. So I did, I think. So thanks a million for that. So it is, yeah. It's free, yeah. I used it Thursday morning as well. There, yesterday morning. There's a lot of letter ones as well, and it gives feedback as well. I did the letter R on it yesterday as well. There's a good bit on, and it will be developing as well because in beta at the moment. So it's a nice one as well. I'm kind of conscious as well. I kind of want to give some new stuff as well. Again, that man that was talking to me on the train and was anxious. He got to be the new stuff today as well. Yeah, good man. So I suppose the conscious of time as well is the Google Bard. I think every nearly sports journalist in the country has put something in either the ChatGPT or Google Bard. So obviously if we're starting a Google Bard conversation, sure, we might as well put it into Google Bard and see what it tells us in terms of how we can use it and how we can help. I'm not the fella, just to make this clear. There's another man that does a lot of these generative AI, and he's actually the same name as me, but it's not myself. There's two Patrick Hickeys around the place. So Google Bard, how that can help real-time feedback as well. This was something that we had a good conversation, myself and Fiona, about the students with prior attainment. So in terms of my PhD, the language around the word disability, some participants would prefer the word condition. I didn't think, personally approaching the research, that disability would be the word disability would be a big topic of conversation, but it turns out two of the 7 participants was adamantly against the word disability. That being said, we haven't come to any consensus about a better word in terms of that, but just students with prior attainment, I put in, because I love coming to the Foundry here, we had a great year last year here as well, but I just, some ideas, because you know the way sometimes when you're thinking about ideas as well, just for, I suppose, to ease the brain as well. You know, Danielle spoke about the creativity aspect as well, but for ideas as well, design a Google product, your 21st century skills as well. Think about the future of Google and where we're going to go, or create a presentation. But if there was any field trip, a school tour as well, just because I think often when we think about, I suppose, supporting every student, we generally focus on, you know, maybe the children, maybe in the lower STEM scores as well, but just, I suppose, to extend it before we go into that part as well. So bard.google.com is something I use every day. So you can sign up or sign in if you have an account. You can ask Bard to create a lesson for the day. My 5th grade class went to Google for a school tour with a focus on active learning methodologies. The prompts are very important as well. Or you can ask Bard to modify the lesson plan to simplify the content or summarize the content for students. So I suppose like any good was it chefs on the television as well. We also have one I prepared here, so I'll flick through that as well. So we'll have a reflection as well. I'll just flick into Google Bard here now as well. I'll just flick over to my own device, and I have a lifesaver for doing these as well, to pin your tabs. You know, on Google Chrome, just the way you don't close them by mistake as well. So I'm just I wouldn't be a big, what's a nicer way of putting this? I was going to say I wouldn't be a bigger lover of poetry, but this poem, it's a Seamus Heaney poem. I nearly went there. It's a Seamus Heaney poem, Digging. You might have come across it. And it really kind of resonates with me, because, as I said, if I hadn't had that operation when I was 10, I'd be farming and I'd be playing sport, to be honest with you. I was one of these, you know, Eric Cantona with the collar up? Yeah, I was one of those fellas as well. I was going around with the collar up. So I'm going to copy that. And I have his, and I've just Bard opened here as well. So I'm just going to, how many points? Will we go with 3 points? So can you summarize? Hopefully I can type with an audience. Can you summarize this poem in 3 points? Probably should need some nice music as well. Have we any English teachers actually here today? So at the big team that I have is, here's the white, perfect. The speaker's father is digging in the garden. The speaker's grandfather was a skilled turf cutter. The speaker resolves to use his pen as a tool to dig for knowledge and understanding. So the reason why I picked this is, again, I said I wouldn't be a huge lover of poetry, but I remember I did this in first year in college, and the fact was, even though Seamus Heaney was a highly skilled poet, he was looking out the window at, we'll say, people doing manual work in terms of his family, and there was a certain a regret that he would never dig in the same way, but he would dig with the pen. And I suppose seeing that we're talking about different ways of doing things as well, I think a lot of us would love to be able to write poetry like Seamus Heaney, but and we all have our own talents and skills as well. So how can we level that? So I was telling Fiona there earlier, I said I get a bit deep towards the end of it. So I'll flick back to the presentation as well. And please, if you don't have a Google Bard account, please set one up. Any tasks, I'm just doing a small snippet of it there. Any ideas, I often use it, create a narrative lesson plan with active learning methodologies. You can also use it like we did there to summarize text, or if you have a text that you want to differentiate within your classroom as well. It's brilliant for that. So it's fantastic for that. So how could you use Google Bard to support every student in your class? Is I suppose a reflection as well, and we might come back to that, conscious of the time as well. So I said at the start about inclusion as well. It's a process. I remember it was 2017, I was at a bit of a conference, and one person said inclusion was making the visible as invisible as possible. So responding to diversity and how to live with difference and learning how to live from difference. You know, again, I'm going back to my own research. Hopefully, if I talk about it long enough, I'll finish it. A lot of participants spoke about how they might have spent ages learning how to cut vegetables. You know, so some people were missing their hand, you know, and things like how to cut vegetables. I mean, one participant spoke about knitting. The teacher decided not to do knitting in the classroom because they felt that child wouldn't be able to do it. She'd learn to knit at home. So we all have our own ways of doing things as well. Dean told me when I was coming down the steps, they have a lift here as well. But a lot of the new schools as well have steps, and I'm well able to use them as well. But we all have our own ways. There's all things. I often use the example of on the application form for my school, there was 3 areas: sport, ICT, and music. And even though I love music, we'll say that was always the one I used kind of fluff my lines on. But I'm a big fan of country music, and you never get. I'm actually a very good jiver. I do that in my spare time. So you probably won't remember anything else about that, we'll say. That fellow went on about jiving. So I suppose this is very important as well. Multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression. I have the resources in at the end. The CAST website is fantastic for this. I suppose I use the word differentiation there as well, but a big part of UDL is how can we support all learners and give choice as well. So for instance, I suppose in my classroom, if we were doing a project as well, I give the options of Google Slides, Poster, or Docs, or the written tool as well, because I suppose sometimes I do reflect back on my own experience. I would have done all PE and all in secondary school as well. I told a good story on a podcast lately about I'm quite good at repairing my own leg. So I was in 5th year, and I was outside playing soccer with the prosthetic on, and the last rivet went on the leg, and I went straight into the physics teacher, who was also the technology teacher, and I said, "Sir, can I have the keys there, the technology room? I'm down a rivet." So I knocked it out and I put in a bolt. I was back out as well, quick enough. So true story, actually. It was only the last few years I reflected back. He must have had some story for the staff room that it was very normal. The thing was broken, so I didn't even actually get it. It was only I didn't tell that story for years because it didn't seem unnormal to me, because the thing was broke and I couldn't walk if I didn't fix it. So multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression. I suppose I was doing a summer course as well during the summer. But one participant said about, sometimes if if a child didn't maybe want to write and things, but you have dictation built in as well. But I suppose you have a way of thinking. I heard a great quote about UDL recently, but it's a lens. It's a lens how we approach our teaching as well. Like sometimes going back to our hesitant speller, like if your objectives for your lesson is that they're going to be able to create a narrative piece, like that's the objective. You're not necessarily testing their spelling as well. So can dictation come in, and can Google Docs come into that as well, and there's transcription tool as well. So it's a good way to think. A lot of the student teachers as well in their lesson plans, it's UDL rather than differentiation that they're using now. So I suppose this is the hope from today as well. Again, I'm conscious I'm speaking to the converted as well, but explore. There's a load of support documents on the Google website. I have them embedded there, the accessibility features and products. Collaborate. Again, I said at the start that if I haven't met you already, I probably will meet you before you go home. So the collaboration facts that we can do today as well, it's brilliant, and the plan for the individual needs of the organisation as well. And again, I did tell you the money was coming. Perfect. So this is, I suppose, again, maybe one of the deeper ones was education has always been a positive force in my life. When everything else may have been going pear-shaped, and education was always the positive force. That's another quote. I didn't ever think I'd be able to quote my own research, we'll say, up here. And to be honest, I never thought I'd be standing in the auditorium in Google either. But the positive force, but just reflection again on terms of this person, we'll say, had a lot of other maybe medical needs going on at the time, but education was always her path to freedom as well. So it's nice to be able to, I suppose, again, reflect on how we can make a difference on how our students access the curriculum as well. And there's my Seamus Heaney quote. Between my fingers and my thumb, the squat pen rests, I'll dig with it. So again, I suppose it would, and again I said I wouldn't be a big portrait, but like I would have given a lot of my younger days before I realised that if I tried to do everything the same as everyone else, like I'd have been lifting 25 kilo bags of nuts in the morning, feeding cattle and all the rest of it, because I did have this inbuilt drive and determination that I wanted to be seen as good as anyone else, you know. So then when you get over 30 and you realise your good Achilles is at you a bit and you have to mind yourself a bit more, we all have our own talents, and we've all our own types of work as well. And I suppose from the research, a lot of people have a turning point, and from myself, when I'm hearing their stories about their experience of education, afterwards you're always thinking, oh, I was similar there, I was different there. So it's interesting there as well. So when we go back to school, can we just maybe, I suppose, think about how can that squat pen rest in the hands of our students as well, which is a nice one. We have the resources here as well, and we have the education, and the slides are shared as well. Dean has all those slides shared as well. We might we'll go for a bit of reflection. I'm going to pop around for questions as well, just to reflect how we could use some of these tools in our own practice as well. And if those people are still watching that said I had the good jokes, the money will be in an envelope, Dean, is that right? So how we could use those as well. And if anyone wants to ask a broader question, I think I'd love to have one of these in the classroom as well, we'll say. Because often for Gael I'd throw around the rugby ball and we'd have a bit of a chat as well. But with a mic for the classroom to be great as well. But if you want to, again, the primary teacher in me, we'll just think pair share on how we could use some of these tools in our teaching on Monday. Because to be honest, I'm one of these people. I'll do that when I get that time. But you know, that time never happens. So if there was one or two things that we went through here today, that if we could use it on Monday, to be a win for everyone. I had planned on showcasing Google Bard on an Ireland World Cup article, but unfortunately Ireland are no longer in the World Cup. And Fiona, when she emailed them Monday morning, she put in a nice PS. Sorry about the rugby, Fiona. So I'll come around again, because I'm okay for about 3 minutes, am I? So about 3 minutes, and then we'll sum up then as well, and I'll leave you get more coffee for the next presentation. And I will be flowing. I think I'm you know the way when you go to a concert and people say they're going to stay here till 2 o'clock in the morning. I probably would if I was left, we'll say, but I presume they'll throw me out in a while. So I'll give you about a minute again, and then I'll thank everyone, and thanks again to yourselves as well. Thanks. Perfect. Thanks very much. Perfect. We've no more comments there. That's it, reflection I was going to go with, because I skipped through as well.
And are you doing that catch box thing, or are you leaving that?
No, I'm just going to thank you, if that's all right.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Say,
How do you want to catch? I can do.
If you're going off into here, take the
We were on our honeymoon, and we were in Mexico. So we went to one of those open markets to get fruit, whatever we needed, and we got a pineapple.
We got back and he was like, okay, how do I cut this? What do you mean, how do you cut this? You cut it. I didn't know how to cut a pineapple.
I got on Google and I typed in how to cut a pineapple, and the first page that was on the list was howtocutapineapple.com, and it was quite an experience, but I did cut the pineapple, and it was pretty good because we've never had fresh pineapple. I really like Google search because it usually finds exactly what I'm looking for.
Do you love me? Hey Google, how do you cut a pineapple?
Here's a video I found.
Here's the right way to cut a pineapple.
All right, I know what you're thinking. Why have I just shown you a video about how to cut pineapples? Partly I just thought it was great. There's something about it that really resonated with me, even though I don't know if I was born knowing how to cut a pineapple, but I've never Googled it. The reason I showed that is that it was Google's 25th birthday last month, and that was a video to celebrate the birthday. That was an original online ad for Google back in the day. And lots has changed since Google was born in 1998. You saw some of it, how search has changed over time, but many things haven't as well. And one thing that hasn't changed is Google's mission statement, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And it's a mission that guides everything we do at Google. And when you think about it, learning is kind of baked into the heart of that mission statement. And so at its heart, Google is a learning company. Because when you search for information, it's what you do with that information that makes it transformational. Whether that's for yourself, for your local community, or even more broadly, just for the world. And so when we think about learning at Google, we tend to think about it in 3 different ways. The first is learning for life. So that's where we've all gone to YouTube and we've searched how to clean the filter in the washing machine, because we don't do it often enough to really ever remember that. And I'm sure you can now think of another example, fixing the chain on a bike, making a repair at home because you really don't want to have to get someone in to do it, even though you then end up getting someone in to do it because it looked easy on the YouTube video and it wasn't when you did it. I'm not bitter. Next is learning for work. And so that's with things like professional certifications. And we train small businesses as well on how to advertise on Google Search, for example. And then finally, learning for school. And that's where we at Google for Education come in. And you've been to a number of the different breakout sessions so far today. And I'm going to come back to that a little bit later on as we close out. For now, though, every year at this event, we like to showcase some of the local partners that we work with. And this year, we're going to be hearing from 2. A Lust for Life and Trinity Access Program's Code Plus, which are both really important projects as we make sure we're providing support for students locally. So to start, I'm going to hand over to Leda from A Lust for Life, who are empowering teachers to support students with well-being and resilience. So a warm welcome to Leda.
Hello everybody. My name is Leda Connaughton and I'm Head of Programs at A Lust for Life. As many of you may know, A Lust for Life began with Niall Brezzy, sharing his own story about his mental health journey in 2015. The vision for A Lust for Life was, I probably should have changed the slide at that stage. The vision for A Lust for Life was to change how we talk about and treat mental health by sharing stories and breaking the stigma. Today, A Lust for Life is a youth mental health charity, and its mission is to educate and empower children and young people through our programs and platforms, driving positive changes in their lives. And so today, I'm here to talk to you about our programs. So to set the scene within an Irish context, and for some of you this might not be news, but sadly we have the highest suicide rate for female children in the EU. Nearly half of the young people who took part in the My World 2 survey reported experiencing anxiety outside of the normal range. 1 in 3 children experience severe mental health difficulties by the age of 13, and so it's no wonder that 3 in 4 principals reported feeling insufficiently trained to deal with the mental health issues which are inevitably coming into school. We also know that poor mental health is linked with poor education outcome and engagement, so we have a problem. And a number of years ago, we were inundated with requests for help from teachers, parents and principals who were looking for any supports that we could give them to help the young people in their lives and in their schools. And we wanted to respond with something that was solution focused. It was also sustainable and scalable. So in 2018, we began working on the A Lust for Life Schools programme. The A Lust for Life Schools programme is a 10-week teacher-led mental health education programme which equips children to navigate the ups and downs of life by building emotional resilience, emotional literacy and emotional well-being, all of which is anchored in 4 design principles of innovation, relevance, sustainability and scalability. The programme is governed by a robust steering committee and was also created by a team of educators and teachers like yourselves, psychologists, play therapists, parents and most importantly children themselves. Today there are 3 programme levels for children in 1st to 6th class, and very excitingly we have a brand new junior and senior infants programme in the making and will be available next year. So what does the programme look like? The programme includes a range of video content featuring children, featuring mindfulness content and animation. We also have a range of lesson plans which have strong curricular links and learning outcomes. We wanted to make the delivery of the programme as easy as possible for teachers, so we've included lesson support sheets as well as teacher slides. We have a try it at home section of the programme. Now this used to be called the homeschool link, but we quickly changed that name post-COVID because we know that parents had a mild traumatic response to the word homeschool. We also have a Be Internet Legends aspect to the programme. So a number of years ago we partnered with Google to add in their Be Internet Legends programme because we were hearing from parents that while they wanted to talk to their children about digital safety and online well-being, that for many of them it was unfamiliar territory and they didn't really know what to talk to them about. So as you can see here, it's a big hit with the children. So what was one of the biggest things you learned from the programme? The Legends Pledge and Internet Legends. So from day one, we've wanted to make sure that we're evaluating the programme in order to provide a high quality programme that's impactful and user-friendly. So we've been working with the University of College Dublin School of Psychology and DCU School of Education to conduct research quantitatively and qualitatively over the last number of years. And while we're still in the early stages of research, so far the findings have showed improved emotional literacy, increased coping skills and mindfulness levels in children. Teachers have reported that the programme is beneficial in terms of its usability, its relevance, strong curricular links and perceived pupil impact. Parents reported significant positive changes in their children following the programme in terms of better self-awareness, increased openness to sharing their feelings, better management of emotions, improved conflict resolutions and overall considerable lifestyle changes. So here are a few snippets of feedback from pupils and teachers, but I have 2 stories that I think bring the programme learning to life. And one was when a teacher was talking to me and we were just chatting about the programme and the impact, and they were telling me that there was an argument on the yard, and that's no surprise to most people here, and that typically these would end in tears, or maybe that the conflict will continue out through the classroom throughout the week. But this particular argument took place while the programme was being delivered in the class, and the fight or argument was escalating, and at one point one of the kids in the fight just turned around to the other kid and said, "I think you need to go over there now and go and do your square breathing." So it's a very different kind of I suppose a shift in how that could have ended. Another story comes from a parent who was saying that when she and her son would have an argument, that he would get upset and storm off and essentially be brushed under the rug, and it just wouldn't be brought up again. But now, since the child has done the programme, that he's actually coming down and saying, "I want to talk to you about this. When you said X, Y and Z, it upset me and that's why I acted this way," which is amazing, that a 5th and 6th class children are coming into the house and leading that conflict resolution. So, where are we now? Our ultimate goal is to reach every child in Ireland, and we're very proud to say that we're now in 34% of Irish primary schools, reaching 74,500 pupils in over 3,000 classrooms since launching in September 2020. Where do we go from here? We want to develop our final level of the programme for junior and senior infants, which will be available to pilot in a few months, if there's anyone interested out there. So by September 2024, we'll have a full school offering from junior infants up to 6th class. Did I mention the programme is free? We also want to grow the programme out into every school in Ireland. We want to adapt the programme for children with special needs, as well as children who are in Irish-speaking schools. So it truly is a programme for all children. And lastly, I'm delighted to share that we are now starting to plan a new mental health education programme for secondary schools, starting in first year. So how can you get the programme into your school today? So you can visit our website, alflschools@alustforlife.com, and complete a very simple registration form, and we send you out login details, and it's that simple. You can also follow us on A Lust for Life Schools, which is different to our main Lust for Life page, to keep up to date with our primary school and soon to be secondary school. So that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, big thank you, Leda. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is from Code Plus. That's one of the Trinity Access programs, and is focused on providing outreach for students from underrepresented communities to support them getting into higher education. So please give a warm welcome to Niamh.
All right, hello, how are you all? Good, thank you so much for the warm welcome and for having me here today. My name is Niamh Ellis. I'm here from the Trinity Access Programs, and I'm here to tell you a bit about the work that we do and also the impact that it's had on my life. So, a little bit about me before we start. I grew up in Clondalkin. Typically, it doesn't have the best college going rate, but I'm still a proud Clondalkin woman at heart. I'm very much a dog person. You can see here we have Kim and Remy. Remy is a classic golden retriever and will bring anything you leave around the place, she will bring back to you. So she's given me my hat here. I'm very lucky to have some wonderful role models in my life, including my granny, who turned 105 years old last week. That's her medal from the president. She's very proud of that. But sometimes people call me the 105-year-old. Any sort of needlecraft, sewing, knitting, anything like that, I'm your gal. So I'd like to start my story back when I was in transition year, which wasn't too long ago, I'd like to think. I had a wonderful opportunity to go to this learning centre called Bridge 21 as part of Trinity College Dublin. And this was my first kind of real insight into Trinity is a place and you can go here too. I'll talk a little bit about the courses I did later on, but I went to Trinity. I went and I studied Management Science and Information Systems. And throughout my time there in Trinity College, I had the opportunity to travel a bit. So I went on a few J1s. I worked in the Cheesecake Factory in Boston, which was a whole experience in itself for another day. But I also got to work as a camp counsellor at some summer camps. You can see here I'm in Stanford in California, and the kid is really enjoying pieing me. That was kind of the highlight of his week maybe, but good fun anyway. I graduated from Trinity and I went to work as a technical consultant in Accenture, working in our utilities practice. So I was out in ESB for a number of years and loved it. But I kind of said, oh, that education thing, I really enjoyed that. And the work that I did at the summer camp, running those education camps, I was like, look, I want to go back and explore that. So I went back to one of my mentors in Bridge 21 and said, look, kind of interested in this thing. And he said, oh, that's great, because the woman who runs our Code Plus program is actually pregnant and we're looking for a maternity leave cover. So in a lovely full circle moment, I came back this year and I spent the last year running the Code Plus program. So I'm going to skip across that. The Trinity Access programs, what do we do? So in the time between me attending Bridge 21 and coming back to work at the Trinity Access programs, they realised we're kind of doing the same thing. We want to get students from underrepresented areas into college. And TAP this year, they've merged, and now we're celebrating our 30th anniversary with Trinity Access programs. It may surprise you that we don't just support the students as they get into college. We kind of start down here when the students are still in primary school. So we invite students in, we give them a campus tour, we have conversations of design what a college student looks like. And they might say, oh, well, they wear glasses and they're real geeky and they're nerdy. But ultimately the conversation develops into, well, anyone can be a college student. You can be, I can be. As we move up then throughout primary school and into secondary school, again, we'll continue to bring the students on campus for different activities. We might pair them up with some of our PhD program students to do some activities as to what do they actually do and what do they learn. As the students come up into transition year then, rather than getting them on campus just for a day, we'll bring them on for week-long programs. So we run, say, the Bridge to College program and the Code Plus program, which I promise I'll discuss it now in a few minutes. I keep saying it. As the students then move up into 5th and 6th year, we support them through the likes of the HERE and the DARE applications to actually support how can they get into college. We run the TAP Foundation course, which is a PLC, where students can have kind of a taste of Trinity and is an alternative route of entry in as well, where the students can access Trinity College courses with slightly lower points. We support them throughout their time in Trinity. And then we also support teachers as well. So we run the postgrad certificate in 21st century teaching and learning and the Schools of Distinction Awards, which I think we'll be celebrating here in a couple of weeks' time, where we recognise schools who are implementing 21st century ways of teaching and learning. I'm entirely biased. This is our Code Plus program and I love it. I just love it so much. That's what I'm most passionate about. What the Code Plus program is we recognise that the Bridge to College program was working really well. It's all focused around 21st century skills of collaboration, teamwork, communication, project-based learning. Students were getting so much from this. So we adapted that model. We took the same format, but focused it on students to get more females into the STEM industry and into the tech world. You can see some of our students here where we put on an exhibition in the Science Gallery. And over on this side, this is our dedicated learning space in Trinity College in Oriel House. You can see some students working in a pod, which is kind of a small space where they have some computers, they can complete their projects supported by a mentor. And then there's a room in the back for a presentation room. So we come together at the end of the day, we present back our different projects. So the Code Plus program itself is kind of based upon 3 main pillars. So we have our student workshops. Again, I'll come to that in a sec. We have our office visits where we take students and we actually bring them into an office and say, this is what an office looks like, because many of our students may not have ever seen that before. And that's very much to combat the, if you can't see it, you can't be it. If you can't imagine yourself there, how do you know you can get there in the future? We also facilitate career talks where we have women in STEM coming to talk to our students, kind of in a fireside chat type of scenario where they can ask the real questions. You know, it's kind of nothing is off limits here. Ask, what is it really like to work in the tech industry? The Code Plus program itself is a 4-day workshop. We start off assuming the students aren't coming in with any experience. So we start off with some scratch programming where we make some animation and game designs. We then move on to actually typing out some code. So the likes of Python and creating websites using HTML. We work with sensors and microbits to focus on the hardware component of the technology. And we also try to get the students away from the computers and highlight the fact that there are so many more opportunities in tech than just being a developer. So we look at some cybersecurity models, ChatGPT and Google's Teachable Machine to look at machine learning. And we also have some creativity elements of design thinking or other different brainstorming type of workshops. We think we're doing a great job, and I hope you would agree that we are. But essentially, Google recently came out with a report that highlighted 6 key barriers to entry for girls to get into computer science in Ireland. We feel at the moment that as part of Code Plus, we're addressing 4 of them quite well. So say, for example, here, the computer science is often perceived as an isolated subject rather than a skill to develop. Throughout our workshops, when we're bringing our students in, we hope to show them that computer science is embedded in so many areas of life. The disconnect between what students learn in school and what computer science looks like in their daily lives. We hope that office visits and going in and seeing what it actually looks like to work in tech and what it's like to be in the world can kind of combat some of that. There aren't enough relatable role models through our career talks, and today even we had a graduate in who started in the tech world 6 weeks ago. So she offered a really unique insight to our students in terms of it's kind of scary when you start off, but there are many supports and there's lots of different opportunities. And peer networks are limited. We purposefully take students from our linked schools and mix them all up together, you know, so you're not just working with your friends, you are building that community of like-minded people and seeing that, no, there are girls who are interested in getting involved in technology. But you might see there are 2 other elements here as well. Parents are disconnected from computer science learning and the lack of support for computer science teachers that directly impacts the engagement with computer science. And what we're really delighted to do is in the coming weeks, we're partnering with Google to run a Women in Technology series. And hopefully this is where you can come in and how you can get engaged as well. So rather than just allowing our students these opportunities to visit some offices or hear from women in tech and kind of get an insight of the real world, we want to expand this out and address some of the other items, the likes of, do career guidance counsellors and do teachers know about these different opportunities? Can students who aren't accessing our programmes directly, can they come on and hear something about that? And parents and guardians, do they know how to access the CAO? Do they know what the HEAR scheme is? Do they know all of these different avenues about technology? And again, that it's not just, if I go to tech, I will be a developer and there's nothing else in there for me. So we're running a series of webinars there. The top couple will all be online. And then we're delighted to be back here in Google on the 5th of December to run a career guidance and teachers focused session. So this is open if there's principals or deputy principals or anyone at all who want to support getting women into tech related courses or giving them an insight into the whole world. We will be running a series of these. Depending on how well these go, hopefully quite well, we'll be running some more after Christmas as well. So hopefully an opportunity for many people to get involved. Unfortunately, I don't have time for questions now, but I will be around afterwards. I've also put up a QR code here that will send me an email. So if you are interested, my email address is also up on the screen here. So we would love to have you involved. And if you have any questions either about Code Plus itself or this webinar series that we'll be putting on, I'd love to talk to you about it. Great, thank you so much. Thank you.
Questions are always better with a glass of wine anyway, so good to wait until the end. A big thanks to Neve and Leda for sharing more about the amazing work they're doing across both of those programs. And I hope that you're all able to make as much use of those as you can moving forward as well. Now, alongside programs from our partners, it's also incredible grassroots communities that are so important into driving change in education. And we're incredibly lucky to have two amazing Google Educator groups, both in Ireland and Northern Ireland, and we're going to hear from them over the next few minutes. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Connor and Kira, and also then Danielle as well. Over to you.
Hello everybody, I'm Connor, this is Kira, and we are part of the leadership team for GEG Ireland. So GEG Ireland, and I see a lot of the faces around here who are regulars on the GEG message board and have run workshops through GEG as well, is a grassroots movement. There are GEGs all around the world, and the purpose of a GEG is to get teachers together. I mean, a day like today is absolutely fantastic and amazing, and there's so much sharing of practice. And, you know, apart from official documents, those little tips and tricks that only practitioners know, I would say at the chalk face, but we're long past the chalk at this stage. And so the aim of a GEG is really to keep that kind of peer-to-peer support going 24/7. And if you have any problems, any issues, that, you know, when you throw them up on the message board, there's a good chance someone else in some school will either have come across it or they'll know the person to talk to or the place to go to find the answer. So the main activities we would do is we host workshops, which by and large, obviously for obvious reasons over the last few years have been mostly online, but we're hoping this year to do a lot more face-to-face. We would also support and promote events that Google run themselves. And on the forum also, we would have a number of the Google partners who, if a forum member can't chime in on something or there's an issue around licensing or something, that the Google partners have great insight into that side of it as well. So I'd like to encourage you, take this opportunity to encourage all of you to check it out. The web address is really nice, easy one to remember. It's geg.ie, and it's open to anyone to join, so you just have to apply for membership and you'll get approved. So Kira's going to tell us about, I probably crossed
You've probably covered it all.
Yeah,
Thanks.
sorry.
Connor said it all, so I won't labour much, but just to say, call out that everybody is welcome. primary, post-primary, please join the group and share with your staff as well, and we welcome anyone else to join, and we will support you if you'd like to do a workshop. So please come and join us. And just personally myself, as a Google admin, I can sometimes be a bit lonely, and I have had an amazing workshop only a couple of weeks ago where I just felt a great support from teachers all over the country who maybe were experiencing similar things, and it's just worth joining for that support as well. So thank you very much, and thank you to Google for a super day. So thanks.
Thank you.
That's right. Okay, thanks, Connor and Kira. And then we're going to hand over to Danielle from GEG Northern Ireland. So over to you, Danielle.
Hello. Hello everybody, thank you very much for the opportunity to share all about our wonderful gig that we have in Northern Ireland. It's one of the things that energises me so much, and I've got lots of inspirational practices and ideas from the team that work together in GIG Northern Ireland. So for GIG Northern Ireland, we're quite a new gig. We just really got established last year, and we had a wonderful kick-off event. There's lots of support was put in to help us get started, and within that then a team of core people got together, and we sort of thought, well, what would be the key aims of our gig? What do we want to work towards, and what are we all about? And we figured that there were three words: community, collaboration and connection, really set the tone for what we're all about. So community, what we want to do is we are bringing together all of the teachers who are working so hard in their silos, in their schools, and trying to drive the change, drive the innovation forward. And we're trying to build that community where everybody has got supports to help them moving forward. Collaboration, we're all challenged with the same types of problems. So what we want to do is to help each other out and share our solutions to the problems that we're all commonly facing. And then connections. So sometimes it's really useful to connect with someone who's working in the same sector as you, or indeed to connect with some Google partners to support you to go further in your journey. So this was our kick-off event, the big conference that we were very lucky to have in the beautiful Titanic building. We were really well supported in that event, in that kick-off event for our gig, by the Google for Education team. Thank you so much. And for the Canopy team for pulling it together, for Text Help, a brilliant sponsor who helped us to make this happen. Within there you'll see the lovely smiling faces of the really supportive team that we have. So Alistair, who's here today, you'll see Alistair. Rachel, you heard from this morning, Chanel there, and Kira, you'll hear in our brilliant wee videos. And we have got Claire. Claire's here too, our new member. And Aisling is about somewhere. And Aisling is returned back after having a wee baba. So we're delighted to have Aisling back on the crew as well. So what we aim to do then is to have conferences, and like today, have an opportunity to connect with everybody and to talk about what we can do and how we can move things forwards in our school. We do some in-person events, and this is a photo from a recent Google reference school event in my school. So we aim to highlight and showcase the reference school events and what's happening in there. So in-person events, I feel, are so important for making those connections within the community. But equally, we can't always connect in person, so we like to have an asynchronous stream as well to help everybody come together and have a place where they can find advice, tips, and connect with other people. So we have started last year a little YouTube channel to try to share some top tips. So we realised very quickly that we wanted to support people at scale within Northern Ireland, and we needed some sort of a presence, an online presence. So what we realised very quickly was that a website was the way to go. So we set up our Google site, and within there then, it's really the go-to place for anybody that wants to find out about what we can do or for tips. And this is the place where we send everybody to find out more. So this was built by the whole team together, and what we believe in is bringing together the expertise of everybody that's in the group, and everybody has got strengths, and then what we do is come together, create all our strengths, and then, as the saying goes, better together. So we've now believe that we've got a really powerful group moving forward. So within there, just try to see it down here. So we've got events. So we like to show that we're an active gig, that there's things happening. We like to showcase where people can come forward and connect with us. We've got certification portal, so to support staff through their certifications and earning them. And the brilliant team at Canopy have done a fantastic job there. And C2K, I know we're so fortunate to have in Northern Ireland, have been brilliant at supporting us in doing that and sharing out all of that practice and supporting loads of schools to start their journey, because the certification is a really good entry point to move forward with Google. Member locations, Alistair has got an exciting project in the making. He's going to build together a GIS, I believe, Alistair, yeah. GIS, I'm looking forward to seeing it because I know nothing about GIS, but it's going to happen. A map where people can look and see where there are other educators near them that they can then connect with. So book club, we're really passionate about paid tech. So Dr. Fiona Aubrey has got a brilliant book out from EdTech to paid tech. So we're going to do a book club on it to share our ideas. Google Reference Schools, we support them. Chromebooks. Rachel's our Chromebook queen. Rachel shares how we can do everything in our Chromebooks. We've got our Edu Partners link there, because what we believe is that as busy educators, we don't always have the time to basically share all of our ideas. So what we want to do is to connect with the Edu Partners so that they can support with that more longer term vision within schools. So we signpost the Edu Partners who can help with that. And then accessibility is Chanel. Chanel is the expert in that area. So we'd love you to connect with us. If you're from South of Ireland, North of Ireland, please get in touch. The way you can get in touch with us is to connect through any of those platforms. We're on Twitter mostly, and we've got a mailing list on the go to try to send out information so that you can pick up on all of that. And watch the lovely YouTube channels. Ciara's voice is completely mellow. She's the expert in it. Not my voice was not going to appear on the YouTube channel. She was the way to go. Ciara's brilliant. We would love for more people to get involved, because we're better whenever we've got more people sharing ideas and resources. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Danielle. One thing I want to shout out is one of the members in GEG Northern Ireland is Chanel McCrink. Chanel, are you in the room? Can't see you. Some of you might have gone to Chanel's breakout earlier on, but Chanel yesterday just won the award for BCS Northern Ireland IT Educator of the Year. So well done, Chanel. She had no idea I was going to do that, so I'm sure it's very red right now. All right, we did it. It's the last session before I'm now between you and the networking drinks and nibbles outside as well. So just want to recap what an amazing day that we've had. You've seen loads of sessions ranging from reference schools to the GEGs that we just saw, everything from the admin console in breakouts to talking about AI. I'm going to touch on AI more in a second as well. But our aim is really just to bring the best of Google to education. And we think that we do that in 3 ways. I like threes. There's been a lot of threes today, I'm realizing. The first is with the devices. So you've heard a lot about Chromebooks today in the different sessions that you've been in. We find schools tell us that they're easy to use, super simple to manage, and it's the same if you have 10 or 10,000. Personally, I like the fact that there's a version called Chrome OS Flex that you can take your old stuff and breathe new life into it. And I love the idea of using a Chrome Sign Builder earlier as well. Next is our platform, Google Workspace for Education, which makes communication and collaboration more simple, allows your students to collaborate and communicate with one another, but also can enable your teachers and the rest of your colleagues and staff to save time as well. And then finally, curriculum. So there was a session today about applied digital skills, which gives students the basic digital skills they need. But we also have curriculum like CS First, if you want to get started teaching computer science. Now, we've talked about the future of education a little bit today, and one of the questions I know that is on a lot of people's minds, because the AI session was very, very popular earlier on, was what's Google doing in this space? What does the future look like for our product as it relates to AI? Now, rather than me deliver a full presentation about it, we have a snappy 2-minute video that's going to give an overview, and then we're going to do a bit of a quick live demo as well before we finish. So let's play the video.
Advancing Education with AI by Google. These days, we can all see how AI is revolutionizing the way we live, work, and imagine our future. At Google, we've been preparing for this for quite some time. Nearly a decade ago, we began working to develop and harness the power of AI to help everyone gain an understanding of its potential. We also formulated our own set of principles for applying AI responsibly. Many of our products and services use AI to help people connect more easily with the information they seek and with each other. And we're helping to expedite breakthroughs in fields ranging from healthcare to communication, where AI has the potential to improve billions of lives. Today, AI has the power to transform education like never before. Taking what we've learned through years of building classroom technology and working alongside educators from around the world, we're developing AI in ways that will serve as an insightful tool, a thought partner that elevates educators as the heart and soul of the educational experience and supercharges productivity for educational leaders. With AI applied in the context of our educational tools, educators can choreograph learning experiences more effectively and efficiently. Creating lessons and presentations can take minutes instead of hours. Dashboards can reveal real-time insights into each student's progress and even their process, all of which gives educators more time to invest in their students and in themselves. For students, AI can help make learning more personal with tools that offer real-time feedback to help supplement the educator's instruction. It can help improve reading proficiency, and if students struggle, educators can be alerted sooner of the need for personalized attention. AI can also help unlock creativity, freeing students to reimagine the limits of what's possible. And that's only where we are today. Imagine a future where lessons are adaptable to each student's unique learning style. Accessibility features enable a fully inclusive classroom, and AI continues to learn and develop ways to help both students and educators realize their fullest potential. This is the future of education.
All right, so I hope that gives you an idea, but to put it very briefly, the way that I would think about it is that AI should never feel like an extra thing that you're going to use to bring into your classroom. It should just be there to be assistive and helpful to you right now as the teacher at the moment that you need it to do the thing that's going to help you most, and then similarly for students when there isn't a teacher around. Now, there's been plenty of research in this space, a lot of which tells you about how much time could be saved. So this stat really stands out for me, where AI could free up 13 hours of teacher time a week by automating tasks. Imagine if you could reduce all of the admin that you have to do and spend that time instead doing more teaching and learning in the classroom, face-to-face with your students. So we're going to switch to my laptop now, and I'm going to do a couple of quick demos on the Chromebook here. You mentioned, we saw on that video, we talked about students getting support as they need it. So a new feature in Google Classroom is called Practice Sets. I'm not going to do a full demo here. If you haven't seen it, this is what it looks like. So we've got a sheet of different questions here. Now, when you set this up as a teacher, we'll suggest different learning skills related to the questions that you've put in. So here I've got an example, which is a garden is being built with a length of 9 feet and a width of 7 feet. How much area will there be to plant in the garden? You know, let's imagine I don't even try to work it out. I just put 20. If I check my answer as the student, it's going to tell me the answer's wrong. And you see that light bulb is flashing for me now. When I click on that, that will give me some kind of resource. Now, it might be a helpful formula like this. Notice that it's not the answer. It's just something to help me figure out the answer. Or it might be a YouTube video. And now, as a teacher, you can actually add your own hints that will come up here too. So you could even record your own way of solving a problem like this. So that's interesting, I think, for students as they're working on this. But for you as the teacher in the classroom, what you get are the insights. The insights now where you don't need to worry about looking at all the raw data and figuring out those insights on your own, but instead getting the help right from practice sets to tell you what to revisit. Now, at the moment, this just says many students got these problems incorrect, problem 3, problem 8, problem 13. But you could imagine a future where instead we tell you the skill, because we know which skills are involved in those questions that maybe you want to revisit in your next lesson. And if I go to that same question that I was looking at here, so I can look by question or by student, I see Hermione, obviously got it right first time over here. But if I scroll down, I can see the work that the students did, the different attempts that they made, and what those different attempts look like when they do it as well. And so when you have a touchscreen device with a stylus too, And if, by the way, if you're thinking about buying Chromebooks, I would absolutely be thinking about the future where that stylus and the touchscreen is just going to get more and more powerful over time. This is the kind of thing that's going to allow you to get as a teacher. And over on the left here, you'll see that some of these ticks are dark green. That means that they got it right first time. If they're light green, they got it right after more than one attempt. And obviously, if it's a red cross, then they got it wrong and then didn't try it again. So that's practice sets. The last thing I want to show you, though, is a new set of features called Duet AI. And Duet AI is an add-on for Google Workspace, currently only available to users over the age of 18, so good for you as teachers, or if there's anyone in higher ed in the audience as well. And Duet AI is designed to help me where I need it in a document. So you see I've got this option here that says help me write. So I'm going to make a lesson plan. What is someone teaching tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Hopefully no one's teaching anything tomorrow. What's someone teaching on Monday? Just shout out for me. Division. I heard division. What was that one? Structure of the atom. Okay, what age is it for? 13. Okay, create a lesson plan for 13-year-olds all about the structure of an atom. Now let's build this out a bit. I'm going to say something really old school here. I'm going to be like, make sure it has a starter, I don't know, 3 main activities, and provide a summary of the learning objectives. If I click Create, Duet AI is going to go to work. Duet AI uses generative AI, so that's where we're using a large language model to generate this. And while it's doing that, thinking about some other ideas. Anyone got school trips coming up? You've got to write a letter for a school trip and think about how you can be formal in that letter to parents. Just get Duet AI to write it for you. Give it a prompt, tell it where you're going, the cost if there is one for the parents, when people are getting picked up and so on. So here's my lesson. Now obviously, this is never going to be perfect. This is designed to be a creative writing aid for you. So if I insert this in my document, here's the lesson plan that I've got. By the end of this lesson, students will be able to define the term atom and describe its basic structure, identify the different parts of an atom and their functions, tells me the materials I need, ask students what they know about atoms, bit simple, but fair enough, what are they made of, and a few activities here as well. And I would go through and I could finesse that, but the point is I've got a starting point that I've not really even had to think too much about, again, freeing up some of that time. So let's switch back to slides. And if you are interested in any of this, you want to maybe try out Duet AI if you're not using it yet, then the partners that are here with us in the networking area are the people to speak to who will be able to help. We're short for time, so I'm not going to do this reflection activity that we have lined up, but I would love your feedback. So please take a moment to scan this QR code. These QR codes that you see with the Stan the dinosaur in them, by the way, they are generated in the Google Chrome browser. So if you click on the link that's in the Omnibox at the top of your browser, you'll see a button where you can generate a QR code for any link. That's how we do this. And I'm just going to give you 2 minutes time now, while we're all here, while you're locked in, to complete the feedback. And we really do change things based on this feedback. The kinds of sessions that we put on, the reason that we start later in the day is based on feedback from previous events. So please do be honest with us as you fill that out as well. And perhaps, if I'm not putting them too much on the spot, production, if you could just play a little bit of background music. Thanks. All right. It looks like people are starting to finish. So keep going if you're still typing. That's great. Whilst you're still going, I'd like to say a few big thank yous. Firstly, thank you to all of you for coming, but a big thank you to all of our speakers, the reference schools, our students from Dominican College, all of our partners that came along to speak to you, and also the Canopy team who have helped deliver all the sessions today. So massive thank you to everyone involved in today's event. Obviously, a big thank you to the production team that have helped make this happen and people on the live stream as well. I hope you have been filling out the feedback form too. And don't worry, I know that definitely one person in here has written it, but we'll get more cupcakes for next year. I know that you didn't all get one. All right, with that, we're going to head back out into the atrium area for some networking. You can stick around for an hour, enjoy a glass of wine, a beer, soft drink, and get to know each other. Thank you so much for coming. We'll see you again next year.